Welcome to Saturday is Wrong with your host, the ultimate video game. Virtual intellect, the Casey is wrong. We talk about video games, pro wrestling and whatever the fuck we want to talk about with this co-host AJ Raider, Tex, Joe, Compton, Michael, Devious Dave Rose, MK3 Kratos. And the Rose because it's Saturday is Raw. This means Raw. Saturday is wrong. If you want some, come get some fun because it's Saturday's wrong.
This is Devious Dave Rose, professional pariah and all-around asshole, and you are tuned in to the greatest, defending, undisputed video game collector on the planet. Casey is Raw.
It's Saturday night with Casey's Raw energy. We're ready for the fight. Agent Raiders and Tex rise to the call. MK3, Kratos and Joe, we're having a ball. From video games to wrestling, we cover it all. We're the kings of the screen under neon lights. Saturday Raw, igniting the night. With a crew so wild, we'll rise to the top. In the world of gaming, we'll never stop. In this chaos, we find our might. Michael's lost in the shadows, but we're alright. Discussing world news, no fear, no shame. With laughter and stories, fueling the game. Join the madness as we break down the walls. We're the kings of the screen under neon lights. Saturday Raw, igniting the night. With a crew so wild, we'll rise to the top. In the world of gaming, we'll never stop. Join the madness as we break down the walls.
Guys, my name's Casey Raw. Welcome to Saturday is Raw, episode 111. Right now there really isn't much topics to talk about. I know me and I'm sure me and the Rose will be going live on Tuesday for NXT Roadblock. I have sent out some feelers, see if some people want to come in and say hi and hang out. If nothing much, maybe I was thinking about before the show started is probably I have an idea. I can break out the old arcade board and do some arcade gameplays for a while. What's up, Tour Capture? How's it going, Tour Capture? How's it going? So I was thinking about doing that. So, but yeah, talk about NXT Roadblock. Let's go ahead and check that out real quick. Let me bring this up. you're very sleepy. That's my gimmick. That you're now still in my gimmick. You can't be very sleepily. That's my gimmick. That's stealing. But here we go. We go NXT Roadblock. There we go. So let's see. Guess we'll do large text to make it a little easier to see. Go down. So you got 5 matches for a 2-hour show. You have Jordan Grace versus Roxanne Perez. That should be okay match. Javon Evans versus Ethan Page in a New York City street fight. Well, let's go back down here. See, the thing is, Roxanne Perez is on the main show now. I'm gonna go with Jordan Grace because she shouldn't be losing. This could go either way with Ethan Page or Javon Evans. I probably would say Javon Evans will get the win. Let's see. You also got Julia, who's the NXT champion, versus Stephanie. Was it Valkyrie, the North American champion? Title for title. Um, they were thinking maybe this is going to be where Julia will lose, so she can move up to the main roster. But I was also hearing that she's hurt. But I think Julia will lose. And then you got was the Hardy Boys versus Nathan Frazier and Axiom for the TNA Tag Team Championships. I believe the Hardy Boys will retain. I don't see the Nathan Frazier and Axiom getting both belts. But I mean, it would be cool. I mean, they are in a working agreement between NXT and TNA, but I think Hardy Boys will retain the tag team belts while Obi Femi versus Moose for the NXT Championship. Honestly, people are really going to just want to watch it for these 2 matches, but this whole card is actually pretty good if you ask me. I don't see Obi Femi losing because I mean I I figured the top 2 matches the titles won't change. We're guaranteed a new champion in this fight. So we got Mikhail. What's up, Mikhail? So I definitely cannot wait for that. I think that'd be awesome show. I'm shocked this is not even on Peacock as a PLE, especially with 5 matches. That should be a really good show. I mean, this is going to be in Madison Square Garden. It's a theater in there. What do you want from me, Weasel? So I think this might be the first time TNA title will be defended in the Madison Square Garden. So, I think it could be a good show. Oh, that's Lucas. He's giving me a little kiss. He's a sweetie boy. He's a sweetie boy. Look at him. Look at this rat. He's the Rat King. He's like, move that microphone so I can give you a kiss. He's a sweet boy. he's my little boy. I love him. So I think that'd be good. I know they have AEW pay-per-view tomorrow. I cannot afford that right now. I mean, it should be good. Usually AEW isn't it Revolution? That's last year. That's Sting's last match. It should be this one, right? It should be tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow. God dang, you got 10 matches with one show on the pre-show. So let's check those out. You got Big Boom AJ and the combination with Orange Cassidy and Mark Briscoe versus Johnny TV and the MXM collection. That could go either way, honestly. It'll probably be the faces who will win that. This should be a hell of a match right here. It'll definitely not be the opening match as Will Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher. That'll be down here somewhere. But that might be Will Ospreay if you ask me. But Kyle Fletcher has been doing his value's been upgraded recently. Then you got Okada versus Brody King for the Continental Championship. I think Okada will retain the belt. Then you got MJF versus Hangman Adam Page, and this is just a straight up singles match. Like, if anything deserved to be a type of match, it should be this match. Because this is like they've been highlighting this. This could go either way. That's kind of hard to say who's going to win beat who on that one. Trying to think. I mean, I know they're pushing Adam Page for the world title, so probably, but I don't see the feud ending, so I would say actually just to keep the feud going, you gotta go with MJF. Then you got the Hurt Syndicate versus the Outrunners for the AEW World Tag Team titles. I think the Hurt Syndicate will retain, even though people really love the Outrunners. So, but I think the Hurt Syndicate will retain. Then you got Mercedes Moné versus Momo. What was that? Wannabe? For the TBS Championship. Mercedes will retain, if you ask me. See, this is where I need Dave Rose here because he's the big AEW guy. Kayfabe, I'll tell you right now, we're in talks about maybe doing something wrestling related, but it was just right now like me and him right now. I would try to reach each other. It's kind of a little hard right now. I think his availability is not as easily like it used to be. But hey, plus I'm and like a lot of times I'm exhausted when I come home from work. Like if I don't have like a gameplay ready or almost ready, then that's why I went live. Like, well, minus yesterday, I had the gameplay ready, but I didn't want to put it out right now. Let me move this out. Oh, we got Randy Viper. What's up, Randy Viper? So, we were in talks about doing a wrestling show, like more like a state of wrestling kind of thing. I think that's where I was trying to bring up, but like I said, it's more my end because I should have called him. I appreciate that. Yeah, my black those skinny glasses wherever those black ones broke, and like a year ago I got these. So the only thing that bothers me is the reflection from the computer. Like, maybe I should do this. Let's turn down this. That's probably a little bit better. What's up, Talvish? Yeah, that's better. I don't like seeing the screen in my glasses like that. What's up, Talvish? We got Louise Money. We getting a lot of people coming in. What's up, guys? Uh, I am working on right now. Kind of right now with StreamYard. I mean, not StreamYard, Streamlabs. To like right now when I'm doing gameplay, I'm using Streamlabs because it seems like it's a little easier uh than OBS. What's dude? We got Death Candy Brad, and we got Costanza. Hey, Brad, if you want to, yeah, goodbye to Skype. Yeah, well, there's other ways for people to talk. I mean, people have been using more of using Discord. Goodbye to Casey's Wasteland. Hold on, I don't know if that's. Are you saying I'm getting way fatter or I'm getting thinner? I mean, honestly, I think I'm losing a little weight, but I can't tell you because I don't have a scale. But Brad, if you want to join, I sent the link right there. Casey the Raw. But welcome, guys. Dude, I'm getting people coming in. So after let me bring this back up. I wonder why it keeps wanting to move that around like that. I'll move that out of the way. Swerve Strickland versus Ricochet. Uh determine the number one contender for the AEW championship. I would say Swerve. Well, hold on. It depends who wins. Like if John Moxley wins, then it's gotta be Swerve Strickland. But if it's Cope, it's gotta be Ricochet, if you ask me. I mean, you could have face versus face. We got Steve Callan. What's up, Steve Callan? So this could go either way. Who I think deserves it should be Swerve. But it's all depends. It's hard about that. I don't know. I would say Swerve. Then you got Timeless Tony Storm versus Mariah May for the women's championship in a Falls Count Anywhere match. Tony Storm just won the belt back. I mean, I'm not saying that automatically means she couldn't lose the belt back, but I think Tony Storm should retain right there. Racist incoming. Oh my god, that's fucked up. Then you got God. I call him Takeshita because that's what looks like his name is. Kosuke versus Kenny Omega for the AEW International Championship. I think it should be Kenny Omega, even though Kensuka, wherever, has beaten him the last couple times. But Kenny Omega does need the international belt. The international belt needs Kenny Omega to make it more relevant. And then you have John Moxley versus Cope. Moxley's all by himself. He's especially after Wednesday they had Willer Yuta left John Moxley all by himself. So I'm thinking, yeah, take a shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what it looks like his name is, isn't it? But I'm thinking what's going to happen is Cope will win the AEW title, but he will not have it for long, not that long, because I think look who's not in this pay per view at all, and I think it makes very big sense for the person to show up at the end to cash in his contract. It will be Christian Cage, and I think Christian Cage will walk out tomorrow night as the new AEW World Champion after he beats Cope, or after Cope beats John Moxley. I think Christian Cage will be your new AEW World Champion after tomorrow. So if that happens, then it's definitely Swerve Strickland will be the winner of this match. But let's say if John Moxley, hold on, same way. Actually, either way, I do think, now thinking about it, I do think Swerve Strickland is definitely going to be the winner, because John Moxley retains. It's got to be Swerve, because you can't have. It's no point having two heels fighting each other. So you got to go with Swerve. And then let's say the route I'm saying, then Swerve's got to be your opponent. So the only way I see Ricochet being the winner of this match is if Cope becomes the champion and stays the champion, but I don't see that happening. So I think that's the route it's going to go with. I do feel that Christian Cage will be your new AEW World Champion, because he's nowhere on this pay per view. He's hiding in the rafters right now. So it'd be different if he was on here fighting, maybe let's say in a tag team or a trios match. Then that can be different. But I think because Cope is going for the title, I think he's gonna be the guy swoop in and beat him. By the way, look how many freaking title matches is on this freaking pay per view. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 titles. And like, it's ridiculous. They really need to figure out, they need to get rid of 2 out of 3 of the mid card titles for the men, and make one their version of the Intercontinental Champion. Or because they have Collision and Dynamite, then they need to honestly make uh like a soft brand split, like they were kind of doing with CM Punk crew. Like they should just have the AEW World Champion and Women's Champion float between one and the other, and then you have the International Champion on TBS, and on Collision. Isn't Collision on TBS too? I think Collision is on TBS as well. Like, because I know Rampage was TNT, so God, you gotta put one or the other. Like, honestly, let's say this: they're not. I don't even think they're on TNT no more. So why not go ahead and eliminate the TNT belt? You have the Continental Championship on one show, and then you had the national title on the other. So you have two mid card titles could be your almost your top champions, and minus the world champion. And then because when you have three mid card champions, like who's on top of who? Which title means more? I mean, at least back in WWF days when we were in the Add to era, you knew if the European champion was third place, and then you had the Intercontinental is second place, and the world champion, and obviously the world championship. So it's like, honestly, I see Mikhail puts TNT in there. Like, to me, I think the mid card title should be either the Continental belt, even though that's stupid because that means just one Continental, one cotton, where the Intercontinental means world, while you have the international belt, that's international. That means world. So I think that should be the second tier belt. And then you have the Continental belt right behind that, and then you have the TNT belt under that. Or eliminate the TNT belt. That's what I would say. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna go with. Like, I do think Moxley will lose the belt because the whole Death Rider and his heel run has been horrible. Uh, but I don't see Cope keeping the world title for a long time. I do believe that he's going to lose it that night to Christian Cage. Simply, like I said, not only it's Edge, but Christian is not on the card nowhere, you know? So that's why I'm thinking it should be Christian walking out the pay per view because Christian was one of the top people of the show, and now he's not even on the card right now. But some of the top matches, I think, honestly, Will Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher, that'd be a great match. I think this would be a good match. Honestly, a lot of these single matches are good. I mean, MJF versus Hangman. I don't care about. Honestly, I hate to say this. I'm not a big fan of tag teams or multi-man tag team or multi-women or women tag teams. I'm sorry, I'm just not a fan of unless it's like a triple threat or a special match, like maybe a four-way match or something like that. I don't like because if you have a tag team, it's the same formula. But I not looking for this one. This should be good. Swerve Strickland versus Ricochet. That should be good match. Then Timeless Tony Storm, and that's okay. Honestly, this should be a good match, and I'm just looking for them to end this right here. So that's what I'm feeling about that. So I'm gonna put this in here. You guys want to come in and hang out? If not, I'm thinking about wrapping it up in a little bit to do some gameplay, like arcade gameplay. I'm thinking about doing that. Maybe that or play more some Breath of the Wild. I was playing some Breath of the Wild last night. Excuse me, that was nasty. That was nasty. But honestly, I can see. I hate to say this, but I see what I like. It's hard to sit down and watch Dynamite now because it's like sit down and watch it. It's just wrestling and wrestling and wrestling. I'm like, where's the storyline? At least the storyline between MJF versus Hangman is good. I can understand that. Um, I can understand the whole thing with Will Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher. This whole thing between Swerve and Ricochet. Ricochet's, I don't know. I think Ricochet's kind of tainted. I'm like, he came in winning matches and then they stopped cold. I don't know. Something's off with Ricochet. Like you figure he should be like like on fire right now because you know you figure him in the WWE should be like the shackles, and now he's in AEW. The shackles are off, right? But something's off with Ricochet. I'm not gonna say it's his wrestling, but his character. I'm like, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. But the pay per view should be good. So, I mean, at least when you're buying the pay per view, you're buying it mainly for the matches because they should be great matches. And actually, if you look at it, they really toned down the amount of matches they had, and I think they're starting to take a page out of Triple H's playbook. Even though Triple H will have between, like, usually about 5 matches, while AEW, God, sometimes it'll be in the teens, right? But we're down to 9 matches that are actually on the main card, and one of them is on the pre-show. And honestly, I think they should do this: is that they put maybe see which matches they can put on. See, none of these should be downgraded, really, to pre-show, but I think 2 of them should be downgraded. I mean, the reason I would say can't be because a lot of them has the belts on the line. Here's one: probably put the Mercedes Monet match as a pre-show match, and maybe also uh put Okada versus Brody King as uh a third, like the final pre-show main event match for the obviously for the pre-show. That's what I would say. What's up, Edward Blake? I think he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. I think took him forever to be in the pre-show. I mean, to be on. I saw the next one. I think um, Lex Luger finally being in the Hall of Fame took way longer than it should be. He should have been in there a lot sooner. I think the reason is why that they didn't put him in sooner is the whole situation between him and Miss Elizabeth, and like, look, Miss Elizabeth is not even in the Hall of Fame, and obviously you cannot put these same two in the Hall of Fame because of that. I mean, he was reckless. He was reckless because he didn't tempt. He just freaked out when she was dying. So I think he definitely deserves to be in the Hall of Fame just because his. Let me remove this because I'm done with that. I think he should be in there just because his NWA and WCW run. Just because of that. I mean, his uh, WWF run was good, but was it great? I mean, people probably liked his heel run than his being made in the USA like Sluger character. but he definitely deserves being in the Hall of Fame. But don't expect to be Miss Elizabeth being in the Hall of Fame at the same time. I don't see that happening, especially we already got a woman going in the Hall of Fame already with Michelle McCool, even though I say she doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. The only reason that woman's being inducted is because she is Undertaker's wife. That's the only reason. I hate to say that. I hate to be mean, but could you tell me one Michelle McCool match that was like, oh, she's a Hall of Famer? Yeah, she's a multi-time women slash Stevens champion. Like, honestly, in that division at that time, everyone in that women's division was a woman's or Divas champion. I'm not a woman hater. Louis man Money's like woman hater. No, I just don't think she's like. Tell me, I'll admit if I'm wrong. If she had a great match that slipped by me, and I would go back and like, oh, okay, she's actually a pretty good wrestler. Just I didn't see this one match, but like, dude, like I'm saying and I honestly I compared that to the tag team back in the WWF. Back in the Attitude Era, like every tag team literally got the tag team belts. I mean, they even put on Too Cool. Yes, Too Cool got hot after a while, but when they were too much, they they were the Job Squad team. They were the jobbers. But when they became too cool, they got the tag team belts. And then, oh God, Bam says she blew the competition away and blew it. But I mean, it took until like the 2000s until like the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian to get the tag team belts. So like between 97, 98, 99, like they didn't get the tag team belts. Maybe the Boys got it before Edge and Christian. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but it was just 2000 is when they finally broke out and got the belt. But they didn't have a big tag team division, so everyone got the tag team belts. So that's why I'm saying the women's division at that time, all the women either got the women's belt or they got the Divas belt. It's until the women's revolution with the four horsewomen where it all changed. Where, okay, there's actually some great women wrestlers and they're actually starting to take it more serious. So, and Michelle McCool was on the ass end before that. And then she just disappeared because she was I don't know, I guess she married Taker shortly after that. I don't know when. No. That's funny. But no, I just no, there's some women wrestlers. If I tried to keep from being like, oh, she's hot, like there's some women I would say, oh, like uh Shanna Baszler. She should be a women's champion for a year, but they uh they failed on that. So like Shannon Baszler went to didn't she go to WrestleMania and lose? And ever since that, she couldn't really recover. Yeah, she got the tag team belts a couple times. Like, I mean, she hadn't been anything since her NXT run. But To me, Michelle McCool is just. I'm telling you, the only reason she's being inducted is because she's married to Undertaker, and they could like, yeah, she's a former women's champion. AEW Collision is WCW Thunder. Yeah, I would agree with that. See, even Stacy Keeler, she was hot, but she was athletic, but she was nowhere near a great wrestler. And I hate, even though I do like the AEW type of wrestling, but I hate when women does the whole. And China did this too, by the way, where the whole flipping, like, oh god, what is it called? Where they're flipping all the way to the corner and then elbow, uh, hit them with the elbow in the corner. So I'm like, huh. So they do twirls. So let me get this. So all these twirls you do across the ring gives you momentum. So when you hit them with the elbow in the corner, it's devastating, right? Bullshit, man. Yeah, back handsprings. Yes, you're right. Yes, that's what I was trying to think of. So when I see back handsprings and then shit like that, like gymnastic kind of stuff. And I know people are like, that's what AEW wrestlers do. I mean, not like that though. But so like before the women's revolution, I didn't take the women's division serious, and because of the WWE slash WWF, they didn't give a fuck either. So why do I? Then what makes me want to give a fuck about it? You know? What's up, MK? Let's backhand spring. But oh god, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. She shouldn't be inducted. But at least I'm glad Lex Luger is being inducted. But hopefully the next year we get Miss Elizabeth because she's well deserved way better than Michelle McCool. Yes, Miss Elizabeth wasn't. I don't even think she ever wrestled, but you have people inducted in the Hall of Fame that didn't wrestle. I mean, if they did, they kind of did a one-off thing like JR did, but uh, they have the celebrity ring. But Miss Elizabeth was an icon for women in wrestling, so she should have been inducted decades ago. But because she died in, I think in 2003, with drug overdose, they're like, well, we gotta shame the shit out of her, so we won't induct her forever, even though I think it's so stupid. Or they're like, hey, we're gonna hold her until because she's dead, so we can make her wait to get induction. What's up, AJ? What's up, AJ Raiders? Put this in there again. But nah, but I'm glad that Luger gets inducted, and I'm hearing the national, was it national disasters going to be inducted too. Did I think? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'd rather see demolitions, especially after they signed a WWE Legend contract. They should be inducted. They held the longest reign of WWF Tag Team Champions for decades before New Day did it, and then Usos overtook in the New Day. What's up, Doctor Nick? Likes it in the bum. What's up, Doctor Nick? Hey, Dr. Nick, I put the link in there. Everyone come in and say hi. But let's see. Actually, I got an idea. Loves Frank's penis. That's funny. Casey loves Frank's penis. No, I don't like his penis. If I see his penis, I'll cut it off and chop it up and feed it to my dog. Let's see. Let's go to W. And bring it back up. You're out drinking with Brody? Dude, I'm. Dude, Brody, man? I love to chat with Brody. It's been forever since I talked to Brody. I mean, last time I talked to Brody was probably when the whole thing with uh when Derailed podcast ended. And I think he wasn't there. I think he was not on the show as often when it was wrapping up, anyways. So it was probably even shorter than that. Let's see what they got. They got Triple H. So this will be his second induction right here. I mean, he deserves it because I mean, look at this. They listing his r- title runs. It's saying he's a 9-time WWF World Heavyweight Champion, 5-time World Champion. So he's a 14-time World Champion. Apparently, he has all his titles. Then you got look Michelle McCool. Oh my God, she won the WWE Women's Champion twice and won the Integral Divas Championship that meant nothing. And she's a 2-time Slammy winner. You know it's bad when they added that in there. Yeah, I mean, I guess you see Triple H has it, but that doesn't really mean jack shit. And then look, you got Lex Luger who's been inducted. All WCW or even NWA. Then you got the Royal Match co-winner. I agree. Triple H does deserve it. Tugboat and the Shark going in too. Yeah. So I mean, but 2 out of 3, I think definitely deserve it. Like, gosh, let's look up Michelle McCool. Uh, but she does not look age well, and that's back 2016. A little closer. She's not bad looking, but further away gets worse though. But I really thought McCool was a fake name. But I guess that was her real name, McCool. Huh. Let's see. She was only in yeah, she was in the development and training for from 2004 to 2006, and she was only in the company uh main roster for what 5 years, and then retirement. Nah, she doesn't deserve it. I'm sorry. She The only reason she's being inducted is because she's Undertaker's wife. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why she's being inducted. Like she doesn't deserve it. I'm sorry. I mean, not just like there's I guarantee you, there's champions, WWF and WWE champions, not being inducted in the Hall of Fame. I can probably, I know at least uh one of them. I could tell you off the bat was and well, modern day. I would say, look at, oh God, what's his fucking name? The guy who was supposed to be from India. I'm talking about just WWE champions. I wouldn't say them as modern day. Let's see. Let's try to find the lineage, the belt design. They got. Where's the list of champions? WWE list of champions. Honestly, those guys. I think Koloff is in there. I think Pedro's in the Hall of Fame. Stan Stasiak's not inducted. I don't think. Obviously, Bruno and Billy Graham is inducted. But let's see who's else former champions. Yeah, Bob Backlund and Tony Inoki, even though I didn't think he was a champion. Okay, right now, yes, a lot of these are people in the Hall of Fame right now. Diesel's only, I guess, yeah, Diesel's inducted twice, I think. Sid just got inducted recently. Okay, maybe I'm a little off. I could point out Vince McMahon. He's a former champion. Then Big Show's the first champion I can think of right off the bat that has not been inducted into the Hall of Fame. You know what? If he, I'm sure he would probably kick my ass for that. But like, honestly, I would, I bet in his true feelings that he probably would think his wife didn't have a bunch of good matches. I guarantee you, there's no way. And if he's like, oh, he'd probably point out one or two matches, and it's probably is her best matches. And after that, he would have to lie to himself. I hate to say that, but yeah, The Rock has not been inducted, so that's another champion that has not been inducted. Obviously, Stone Cold and Kurt Angle. Chris Jericho's not been inducted yet. Lesnar hasn't been inducted yet. Yet, Rob Van Dam got inducted recently. Randy Orton is not in the Hall of Fame, but he will be. Same thing with Edge. Jeff Hardy. Batista's not in the Hall of Fame. Sheamus is not. The Miz is not. Even though, Miz will be. CM Punk will be. Ray is inducted. Alberto Del Rio will never see it. I can guarantee you, there's another person on the world title run will never see it. Obviously, that would be Chris Benoit. But the other person will never see it will be Alberto Del Rio. Just because his past. Just because of that. Oh shit! What's up, Devious Dave Rose?
You have requested my presence, and as such, I will bless you with it and welcome everyone here tonight.
How's it going, my friend? How you doing?
Doing good, doing a food prep. We'll be making food in the next couple of hours. But yes, since I'm in between that and you asked for my presence, here I am.
I was going down like I was talking about some of the Hall of Fames, but
Did you
that's
talk
how
about how the natural disasters are actually going to be inducted this year? Typhoon and earthquake?
I think they definitely deserve it.
It's
I
well overdue, dude. I mean, they really need to stop doing these inductions after these people have been dead for fucking too long. Like,
oh
induct
yeah.
them while they're still alive. Come on.
See, I was bringing this up earlier. Is like you have Lex Luger being inducted,
Thankfully,
but
he's still alive. But
yeah, and
it's not
actually
always been the
makes
case now, has it, Casey?
no. I agree. It's bullshit when they wait too long,
Yep.
but we'll get someone like Michelle McCool being inducted this year, even though, like, yeah, she's a four-time women's champion. But like, I'm challenging people to give me an actual good match from her career. For I'm like, the only reason there's two reasons why she's being inducted, and the biggest one is that because she's Undertaker's wife and she's hot. That's it. And obviously, the first one is the biggest reason why she's being inducted. Let, like, what about this? Let's say, I mean, Undertaker, I think, is on his third wife. So let's say if they divorce, could he ask her to get her out of the Hall of Fame? Like, she doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame because she only had a 5 year in the company, minus being in development and training.
Let's just
She was in.
say let's take the different route. Let's say she does deserve a spot there. Well, there's a lot of people that should have come well before her. So
Yeah.
that's the people that should be concentrated on, and not somebody that, oh well, she coincidentally is Undertaker's wife. That is obviously a little too nepotistic for my
Oh
liking.
yeah. I mean, I have no problem Triple H being inducted because I mean he's going to probably
The
be
guy will keep
inducted.
he'll keep fucking inducting himself. He'll be Hunter Hurst Helmsley. He'll be
No,
Tara Rising. Like he'll have 6 inductions into the fucking Hall of Fame. Come on.
no.
Yes,
Honestly,
he does think that much of himself. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, Casey. I know what I'm talking about.
I know. Honestly, he first got in because DX, but to me, when they do that, like they're doing the group. Like, yeah, they get the ring, but they're like, this is where it's just him, and then they're gonna induct him again just because Evolution was so great. It was the 2000 version of the Horseman, so that's why he's gonna be inducted for a third time. But like
No, it's
he's well,
because he controls the company. That's why he's going to do that. Please
well,
stop. Just stop.
but yeah, I'm glad that the national, my my
What?
freaking
What?
my freaking speech impediment is kicking in.
You're a liar. I don't believe that you have any speech impediment. You just like to annoy people. So you
The
try to
natural,
pretend you're dumb, but you're not.
the natural disasters. I had to either not think about it or really concentrate on the word to get past it.
I don't
But
know what that means, but okay.
well, no, to pronounce the word properly, I either had to say it real
That's
fast
not
enough.
that difficult. Come on. No, I don't believe you. So this is all ruse. A ruse, people. He pretends to be dumb.
Well, it's not being dumb. It's just it's a I wouldn't call it a handicap, but because I feel like when you say you're handicapped, it should be like mentally handy. No, I mean not mentally handicapped. You should be physically to be called handicapped.
I don't.
But
I've never experienced you being mentally handicapped, so I don't understand. So
that's beyond the point. But I definitely want the disasters to be in the Hall of Fame.
well,
But
this should have been a long time ago.
no, I agree. I mean, one of them is dead. I think Earthquake is dead,
Yeah,
and I
Earthquake
think
is dead, and the stuff that he did in Japan actually is crazy. This guy was a like he knew wrestling. If you look into
mm,
his background, it's incredible that he was capable of so much. But then, unfortunately, under WWE or WWF, they forced him into a particular character that really it was more for kids, you know. It didn't really actually showcase his abilities, and they didn't push him the way that they could have because the guy certainly was quite capable. So there's some tragedy to that story, and you can recognize this, Casey. It takes too long sometimes for people to be recognized, and
oh
then they're dead.
yeah.
Then they're dead.
See, I thought when Booker T got inducted, I thought that was a little too fast. I didn't think he didn't deserve it. I just thought it was a little fast. I think honestly, there should be like how some sports have the 5-year rule after you retire and then you can be inducted. I think WWE should do the same thing because I feel like
Chucky
people
Ducky,
like
you're a
we have.
racist, Casey. I'm coming for you, Casey.
I'm telling the biggest point. I mean, you have Rey Mysterio, who's a Hall of Famer, but he's
Dude, no, I
still
totally agree with you. But that's the thing, though, is that there were so many people that were neglected for the longest time that even
yeah.
when WWE scrambles to try to get people inducted, dude, you guys are like 20, 30 years too late. There's people that should have been fucking inducted long ago. It's all on them for not having doing so.
Well, a lot of
Because
times they'll
when
do.
you start to see how they put certain people in the Hall of Fame, it's like, that's a little bit nepotistic. So
Oh yeah. Well, but sometimes they'll do like a whole like net full of them, like some of the real old timers back in the early 1900s, like people from 1902 era, where they'll just lump them all together in the same class, like Frank Gotch. Like they're like, all right, we got Frank Gotch and all these other guys in that era is now in the Hall of Fame, and they'll give a small little video package about them, and then move on to the next old timer. But I mean, I don't mind that, but I mean, you don't want to wait too long. I mean, God, like, I mean, we almost had it with the Ultimate Warrior. I mean, he literally died on Tuesday after being inducted on Saturday back in
yeah,
wrestling.
that was nuts.
Yeah, so like they were on the cups of waiting too long with the Ultimate Warrior. It's like insane. But like I was pointing out, there's some WWF/WWE champions that are not Like, but then again, a lot of them are more into the Attitude Era and beyond that hadn't been inducted yet because they're still active. Yeah, most of the WWF champions back are all Hall of Famers, but I mean, they, they deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, honestly, because I brought this up. It's like in the early 2000s, back in WWF, or WWE, the women wrestling sucked. They gave those belts to whoever was there, you know? Like you could be like a woman who was brought in catering that night. It's like, hey, we hadn't seen you before. We're gonna give you the women's belt tonight. And I know that sounds sexist, but
During the early 80s, there was an emphasis on women's wrestling, but there was a diminishing aspect to it as the 80s progressed to the 90s. So,
mm,
yeah, I do have to agree.
and it's I'll have to bring it up. So it's kind of the only reason I brought this comment up is because the Moolah part. Because I heard Moolah was the biggest reasons for that because they were having the women revolution back in the 80s, and she pretty much put a stop to that, and that pretty much was maybe 15 years it took to even to get it started again because of her, you know? Like, and then when was it Medusa dropped the belt on Nitro, like that didn't help either, you know? So
Yeah,
like
there was again difficulties, and again they weren't focusing on it. They diminished it, and WCW did try to capitalize on it. The women's division in WCW really was never that good, but
no.
there was a recognition that WWE did fumble it, and there was a market for people to want to watch women's wrestling. And then you look at today, where you've got again the best women's wrestling that we've ever seen, mostly in
Oh
AEW.
yeah. I, I
You
would
can't
say. I
argue
mean,
that. Don't even try. You can't argue that. AEWs were the best wrestle. Not we're the best promo. Not we're the best segment. We're the best wrestle. Okay.
I would give that Tony Storm is definitely like I do love her gimmick. The timeless Tony Storm is awesome. I
Um,
think.
are you talking about sorry performance, or are you talking about wrestling ability?
I think both.
Would you
I
like to
do.
talk about all the other female wrestlers in AEW that actually can wrestle a fucking amazing main event pay-per-view match? We could do that if you'd like.
Well, I don't even know much after that. I mean, like honestly, I mean, I'm sick of Mercedes Monet. I think she needs to get
She can
stripped
wrestle.
all the.
What about Mina Shirakawa? She can fucking wrestle. What about um was it my oh fuck.
Um.
What?
Oh god, the one that just had the women's belt.
Yeah.
More. Yeah, I agree. She's good.
Um
Um.
uh, Thunder Rosa.
Yeah. Oh,
Um
we had not seen Thunder
you
Rosa in
got
forever.
Chris Statlander. You've got Penelope Ford. Um the AEW women's division is the best women's wrestling on the planet that I have personally ever seen in the 42 plus years that I've been watching wrestling. I remember again watching first time I remember seeing wrestling on TV and being enamored by it. It was Hulk Hogan in his white tights with Blassie there as his manager, and I don't think he
As a
even
heel?
had won the title yet.
No, I think that's
So
when he was a heel.
that would have to be prior to 83 then. Must have
Yeah,
been 2. I must have been 2, 3 years old, but that's when I got enamored by fucking wrestling.
I was I got into it a lot later in life. Like I got into it on the very
How
beginning
old are you
of
right
the
now?
42. I'm actually about to turn 43 in 10
Okay, because
days.
I'm about to turn 45. So you're 2 years younger than me. Okay. But you started later, what you're saying,
Yeah,
um, for wrestling.
I
Okay.
yeah, I started way later because I mean, I could have been watching a lot sooner, but my parents are like, or mainly my dad, he would say, "Oh, you don't want to watch that fake shit." But like it was kind of hard, but because yeah, WWF and WCW literally side by side channels on my cable box, so he would kind of frown upon if you stop and watch it, even though it was like, oh, you got wrestling literally on two channels right beside each other. So obviously, it's going to make you stop and watch it. But I eventually had friends were telling me about the whole thing about Stone Cold, and it's like
Oh,
eventually, it's like, fuck it, I'm going to see how it is, and
wow, that is late. That's late.
yeah, well, I'd say I was started watching late.
97.
Yeah, 97.
Oh,
Late
dude, that's
97.
fucking a decade plus after I started watching. Jeez.
But
And yet you're slightly younger than me, and that's when you started watching wrestling?
yeah.
Unreal.
Well, I mean, like I said, I was discouraged about it, even though I heard later
You were
on that my
shamed? People
brother.
try to shame you for your love of wrestling? Well, you give me their addresses, and
No,
then we'll take care of that. Also, shout out to Pico in the chat who says Wendy Richter. She was my crush when I was young. She was great.
she was a bad looking woman.
She was great. And the stuff that she did with Cyndi Lauper during,
Yeah.
again, that's where I grew up, the fucking early 80s fucking rock and wrestling era. That's my shit.
See, I mean, but then again, like, I think we're kind of started watching a little bit of the old time wrestling. I know, uh,
Great stuff. And
we were
actually, just a side note here, guys. I don't watch WWE today. It's not my thing. It doesn't do anything for me. AEWs were the best wrestle. Period. Boom. Done. But the shit that fucking WWE's been releasing from their vault on their fucking YouTube channel is fucking beautiful. You can watch old shit from fucking 86, 85,
Mm,
87, 90, 89. Dude, like the greatest, like for me at least, shit before it got the new
they
age,
literally. Oh,
before
go
it became
ahead.
the new age. But yeah, just fucking great matches. Brings me back to when I was watching this shit as a kid. And yeah, and now they fucking launched the WCW channel.
Yeah, I was
That's
gonna
fucking
broad.
awesome.
That's what I was gonna bring up is that they just dropped the WCW YouTube channel, and it already has quite a bit of stuff on it right now. So I was like,
I love it.
I saw,
It needs the, and AEW has been doing this in the past. You know, again, AEW Dark and Dark Elevation and stuff, releasing this stuff. But so is NWA, so is TNA. I want more of this. I want them to fucking release the stuff on YouTube where it's free, where people can then be interested in the product and actually maybe even at some point go see a show.
shocked they're doing that though, because like, I mean, yeah, they're still gonna get money from YouTube because how many clicks it's gonna get from YouTube.
But they're
But
promoting wrestling. That's the big thing.
yeah, but I was shocked that they're not gonna put it behind the Peacock paywall or Netflix paywall. I'm shocked that they are pulling it off and put it on YouTube, but they're still making money off that anyways. Like,
Yeah, but I agree with you. But we did have that, Casey. We had that in the WWE network, which
yeah,
it blows my mind that's something that just makes so much sense. Um, and even with AEW's deal with HBO, great, you've got everything on there. A company like HBO, I think, can actually produce something like this, as well as whoever WWE decides to associate with. But a standalone channel like you again had with the WWE Network, exclusively that product, everything from the past available at the click of a fucking button. You want to go back, you just think magically, what was going on in 1984? Boom. You pull it up, boom. You got it all. Okay, you got
And it was,
promos, you got fucking matches, you got everything. Like
mm,
that's what it should be. That's what a streaming
yeah.
service specifically focused on a product should be.
Ever since they moved to Peacock, it's been censored and watered down.
Yep.
Like,
That's a crime. That's history revisionism. They're taking shit out. Also, the Chris Benoit stuff, obviously, I've talked about it for ages, should never have been pulled out. But removing the songs, removing everything,
oh,
that's just trying to change history.
no, Benoit's still on Peacock. It's just like they're not gonna promote about him, but his matches are still on Peacock. Like,
Yeah, but you can't really find them. Again, there's this shadow that casts over that name. So it's never really discussed, although it might be present. And that, again, shows that they don't want to discuss it.
Well,
Rose said pulled
but
out,
then,
you said? Pico
yeah,
Boulevard?
yeah, because Rose pulled out. I don't know why, but one of the biggest things I really pisses me off is when they censored the Roddy Piper in WrestleMania 6, where he was half black, half not black.
Yep. Oh, I think they also censored the coconut attack onto Snuka from
Are you
Piper.
serious?
Yeah, I think they did something there. So I remember hearing about like this is now a big deal, so they're gonna censor it, and yeah.
See, honestly, I mean, I can understand if Roddy Piper was like fully black, then I can understand that.
Dude,
But
he pushed things that were common in those days. Nobody really took
Yeah.
offense from that. It was edgy, but it wasn't
Yeah.
something that would be considered counterculture or cancel culture as we have
Yeah.
today. And today, if you did that today, yeah, you'd be canceled. But back in his time, it was considered part of the gimmick.
Yeah. So it was just stupid because
What about Hakeem, the African Dream, from the deepest, darkest parts of Africa? I mean, come on. You can't do that today, but people realize what it was.
What's that Tickle Teaches? I don't think I ever seen her in the chat. Welcome. But oh god, yeah,
Hakeem, look, I've been imbibing in the cannabis, okay, the weeds, as the kids say. So go fuck yourself, okay? How about that?
Hold on. I thought you said it right. I thought you said Hakeem. We got Blastoid in the chat too. Welcome. Eiko says she's his lady. Oh, that's cool. Welcome. But no, but yeah, I hate. See, the problem is, because the whole thing with, like when he did the whole black painted half his body black.
Yes, I remember that.
Like
you don't have to keep reading. I get it. I remember.
Oh, I was just
people didn't have. People were outraged, but it wasn't like I'm gonna burn your city down for it, BLM, style.
Oh, it was not. So, it was. I don't even think it was that. He was saying that he had like a split personality. He didn't say, "Oh, well,
no." See, there you go, Casey. You read too deep into that. That's not what it was. No, Casey. It wasn't that at all.
No, he said he
way too deep.
Well, hold on. He said, "Am I the hot Scott, or am I the
Somebody
hot
call in and
Ron?"
maybe, reiterate to Casey. I don't think he's listening to me right now, but maybe somebody else could just remind
Oh,
Casey that what he's spouting right now is absolute nonsense.
oh,
AJ,
what is
AJ, where are you?
AJ's actually at work. That's why you hadn't seen him on the show anymore because he's
Okay,
been working.
where's Smoke Alarm Chirp? What's his name? Um,
Kratos.
Kratos. Thank
Well,
you.
actually, see, the thing is, I don't have Skype on my phone, so and he's only available through Skype. So, uh, I forgot about sending the
And
link to him.
Skype shuts down May 5th, I believe.
Yeah,
Have
very
you heard
shortly.
about that?
Yeah, very shortly. Yeah, we were talking about that on Less Than Serious, but I mean,
Oh,
I think it's
you
crazy
still go
that,
on that show? Disgusting.
but uh, I f- I think it's stupid because I never heard of this. Was it Microsoft
Microsoft
Teams?
Teams.
I never heard about that until last Sunday.
Well, remember Google had their uh
Hangout.
Hangout, yeah, and then they eventually moved to YouTube and how it broadcasts, right? But they had
Mhm.
their Hangouts before, and I did streams using Hangouts, so it's the same. It's the same
Oh,
mentality. Let's just fucking change it, but still, it's our company. So
you say his name and he appears, but it's not Joe Hendry. It's MK3 Kratos.
chirp,
Up, y'all.
chirp.
It's fixed, Dave. It's fixed. Don't worry.
Are you sure? Because if it sounds tonight, then what do I do?
It's
Call the
fixed.
cops
It's
or?
fixed. I have a workaround to get it to change the batteries now.
Oh,
And
you just
work.
learned what batteries were? That's awesome, dude.
No, I have to make sure the cops don't show up anytime I change the batteries now. I have that workaround is what I mean.
See, I told this story to people, and a lot of times people don't believe me, but this actually did happen.
Go ahead.
My like, I probably told this story before, but uh, back when I was living in Pennsylvania, me and my late wife's apartment, we had really high ceilings, and she used to vape big time, all the time. She would like. There was one time I came in the apartment and it was like filled with vape cloud, and I was like, I told her like, isn't this stuff gonna set off the fire alarm? And apparently it did because I I looked behind me, and there's the fire truck. Like, hold on, that's vapor. Like, how did that set off a fire alarm? But people are like, I didn't know vapor can set it off. Like, I didn't think so either, but it did because I was looking everywhere, making sure because, like I said, we had very high ceilings, and like, how the hell did she fill this up with vape? But it was like it was just crazy. Like, I couldn't believe she did that, and I guess she paid the bill off behind my back because I never seen the bill come in from the uh firefighters coming by with their truck. They didn't even, but I think one person came over. It was like, "Where's the fire?" It's like, that's my wife just filled up the apartment with vapor or vapes. And technically, she was allowed to do that. She was allowed to smoke in the apartment with her vape. But anytime she started vaping, it was like, please go outside and vape. Like, I don't want the fire truck come by again. But it was funny, the two apartments we had in Pennsylvania, we both lived across the fire building. firehouse. The first one was literally across the street from our park. No, actually, them were literally across the street from each one. So it was crazy how that worked out. But I just want to bring that whole story about the whole fire alarm deal.
Interesting. Interesting story. What the hell is my buddy listening to?
So we're talking about a little bit like the Hall of Fame. Like I was brought up the whole thing about Michelle McCool shouldn't be inducted at all, but there's rumors of the natural disasters being inducted this year.
Really? Those fat fucks?
Yeah,
Oh.
no, that's set to happen. They're going to be inducted.
I heard that Lex Luger's set to be inducted now
Yeah,
because
He's also confirmed to go there.
Mhm.
He's confirmed. But
Yep.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
And Triple H is going in again as terrorizing.
That's terrorizing from WCW.
Yeah, he's
What's
going to have
next?
like
John Paul Levesque as well.
6 Hall of Fame inductions by the time he retires, guaranteed.
Will he go in as Jean Paul Levesque as well at this point?
Oh yeah, that's probably come after. So next year.
What? Oh, they don't even call. Well, that's his character in WCW too, right?
Terrorizing was his IWF character.
Then,
But also used in WCW.
Yeah, true.
but will he be inducted as Paul Triple H Levesque? Because that they don't call him.
And he'll also be inducted as son-in-law fucker of daughter. And yeah, he's just gonna rack those up, man. He's gonna end up coming out fucking with inductions.
He'll have as many Hall of Fame inductions as Ric Flair has title
Yeah.
reigns.
Exactly.
Oh, I assume you heard about John Cena turning heel at the Elimination Chamber, Dave.
No, I didn't hear anything about that. I did watch it live, but I didn't hear anything about that.
No?
Really? Can't tell
I
if you're
wa-
fucking with us or not.
I watched it. Did you guys miss the part where I said I watched it live?
Yeah,
I
was like,
watched it live.
okay.
Yeah, he's
Jeez,
fucking with us. Okay, cool.
bunch of fucking retards here.
Hey, I'm mentally retarded. I can at least say that. Casey, I don't know about.
Oh, come on. You got to ask about Casey? We're just being nice and tiptoeing about the fact. Come on.
But
I'm
I
the
mean,
one that's autistic in this.
At least you recognize it. Casey is not even in that capacity. He's like, no, I'm perfectly normal. Let me stick my thumb into a fucking power jack, fucking outlet.
I mean, despite being a autistic schizo, I have an IQ of at least 112, 113.
That doesn't make sense.
An IQ score of at least 112.
I know what you're saying, but if you're retarded, you can't have anything more than 100 IQ. And in fact, retardation.
I said mentally retarded.
67.
Mentally, I have autism.
There's only one retardation, and that is mentally.
Okay.
well,
Did you hear that?
I
heard that.
I do want to. Well,
Is that the ceiling chirp again?
No.
I heard
funny. You're funny.
it.
But I mean, what's your opinion about John Cena?
I fucking love it,
Turning.
dude. I mean, like, first of all, this guy said he was retiring, blah blah blah. Like, okay, great. Like, everyone, including myself, thought he's gonna retire on the cheery note. Like, he's always been fucking face, well, not always, okay, but like he carried it on despite the fact that people thought he should have, turned. And I thought that he was just gonna like retire like that. Yeah, I'm the Make-A-Wish guy. I'm the good guy. This guy turns it around. Total surprise. and fucking he turns heel in his retirement fucking row. That's fucking. I did not expect that. It was I think it was a great surprise. I enjoyed it, and this actually interests me in watching WWE. And again, WWE's not my thing. One of the few things that interests me is Penta, because I've been watching him since Lucha Underground. But the thing is, though, now we got him in WWE, and they're really giving him a good push, and a good pyro and all that at the beginning. That's great, well deserved. But with Cena turning, I did not expect it, and it's intriguing. It makes me want to watch, and I'm not a WWE guy.
Actually comparing it to Hulk Hogan turning.
Yeah, but they're wrong on that one, dude. They're wrong on that one, because this is more of a cheap pop for today, and for those that know, the kids that are around today that are the target of WWE, they don't know this sort of thing, so this doesn't make much sense to them. Or they're coming in where this guy is just a bad guy against Cody, but Hogan's change, Hogan's heel turn, much different. I think it's much more
different times, right?
Not just a different time, but its effect. Nobody expected this. This is the guy that defined a generation in the 80s, right? And he turns heel, and then the next decade he's holding on to that heel persona and stuff, and it's getting views from mainstream, these shows and all that sort of shit. Like, it changed the industry. It changed the fucking industry.
I mean, Triple H did say that the Elimination Chamber would be, quote, industry changing night. And I'm like, why would you say that if you don't have something big planned?
I don't think it's as shocking as Hogan turning, but that's what people were saying online. I don't think it's that shocking either, but I think
about this. Cena has been babyface since March of 2004.
Yep.
It took till March of 2025 to finally turn heel.
Basically 21 years before he decided to do that. And if you look at his performances when it comes to media, especially with Peacemaker and all that, he plays such a fucking good heel. And even he did the thing with the fucking Fast and Furious and stuff. The guy can play heel, really well. And to see this guy go heel in this manner, to me, it's intriguing. It really, wants me to see it to its fruition. So I think it's quite enjoyable, and I look forward to it.
Yep.
Well,
do you think he wins number 17 as a heel?
He needs to. That's the thing, though. He needs to, because he's on his way out. Just like with Sting, which is the way it should have been in the first place. The guy, basically, his last match, he won the title, no losses in AEW, and then retires. That's what needs to be done for those that have given back to the industry. Say what you will about fucking Cena, but the guy has given back. He's a workhorse. He's basically the Hogan of the subsequent generation. He just fucking did what needed to be done, and he did the thing for the kids, and he was everywhere. The guy deserves his laurels, and he certainly deserves to be have the torch. Again, it's already too late because the guy's retiring, but have the torch passed to him as the greatest. At least in the way of recognizing, okay, we give him another belt. Greatest wrestling wise, obviously we don't agree with that, but the thing is, though, it's about the legacy and passing on this idea of kingship, I guess. It's hard. I'm struggling for the words here, but I think you guys get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think Cena was a bad wrestler, but he's definitely not a great wrestler. But he's not
a bad wrestler. That's
he's
the
not
thing.
a bad wrestler, but he's He's like
You can't compare him to Will Ospreay, fine, but you know what? Again, look at what he did. Was Hogan the best wrestler? No,
hell no.
but look what he accomplished. So it doesn't matter if he wasn't the best professional wrestler. Look what he accomplished.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up. It's like when they compared him up with Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 23. That was great, and even like shortly after that, at the Raw, that was almost an hour. Like that was like a match of the year kind of match between
Wait,
those
Shawn
two.
Michaels and Cena? Isn't that the match
Yeah.
where Shawn was so upset with him no selling a hurt leg during the match
I don't know.
and almost derailed his entire career because of it?
I don't know. But
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. Isn't that true? Shawn Michaels was upset backstage after Cena was no selling his hurt leg during the match after it being the target of the sharpshooter or something.
I never heard about that. But I mean, is it possible? Yeah. But I mean, he definitely deserves it. But I think at WrestleMania, I think Cody will retain at WrestleMania.
I'm going with Cena.
Nah,
People honestly think that Ric Flair should interfere on Cody's behalf to stop Cena from getting 17. I disagree. Give the man 17. Seriously.
no, give him 17.
Ric
don't
Flair,
put-
as old as he is, should not be taking bumps anymore at all,
I-
or should
I
be
don't-
interfering in any match on any capacity.
I think
He
it'd
should be
okay.
barred from the ring. I don't want you to die. So fucking leave. Like,
Exactly.
Well, they're saying Ric Flair had 2 heart attacks during that last
apparently,
match.
yeah, he actually had.
That
a
is
heart
true.
attack
That is
during that
actually true.
match.
That's why he was on the apron for so damn long. He honestly had 2 heart attacks during that match.
I don't know. I know he's
What do you mean you
dehydrated.
don't know? He admitted. He admitted
Well,
this. Why are you playing defense?
I'd rather see his doctor say that than
Why would he
Yeah.
need? Why would
Then
he
the
need
guy
confirmation
that
from his
actually was
doctor?
told by the
Man
doctor.
said it himself.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
actually, I'm going to need a receipt, Mr. Flair, about if you had a heart attack or not, because I'm doubting it at this point.
I hate to say this.
Speaking of which,
But- I mean, Ric Flair is known for lying, though, too. I mean, the guy embellish. He doesn't embellish
No.
like
he's not
Hogan
as a proficient liar as
Okay,
Hulk
how
Hogan.
about this?
He's
Even
not a
without
liar
the
like
fucking
Hulk.
story, let's put it this way. Even without the fucking story, you watch the fucking match and you realize, yeah, that guy fucking suffered a heart attack. That
Mhm.
guy is too old to be in the fucking ring.
Yep.
You just have to use your eyes. You don't need a fucking doctor's report to know something didn't go right there on that fucking match because I watched it live. Okay.
Speaking of which, Dave Rose, did you hear about the official WCW YouTube channel?
We talked about that earlier. Thanks for keeping up.
Okay, I literally saw that Casey was live about 15 minutes ago. I was in the shower.
In fact,
dude.
that's how we got onto WCW because we were talking about their channel.
okay.
Okay.
Now, speaking of YouTube channels, you guys sub to WWE Vault, right?
We were talking
how we
about that
got
earlier as
that.
well.
That's how we got the WCW channel.
Yeah.
It is
Hmm.
the WWE.
Well, either
We're talking
way,
about all these great videos
I've
that are
been
available.
enjoying some of these house show matches and like dark matches that's on that channel too.
What you certainly haven't been doing is listening to what we were saying for the last 30 minutes, but that's great. Please continue.
Either way, I can say one thing: Triple H knows how to put on a star making performance with international stars, so to speak. When it comes to like Taka and Tajiri, even if it's televised or non-televised.
You sure that's him? Because he was supposed to make a great star out of Jade Cargill. And have you heard what's
Jade
been going on?
Cargill wanted the holiday tour off last year, which was why she has heat backstage right now with WWE. She told
Shayna
Shayna
Baszler.
Baszler learn how to
Yeah.
work allegedly.
Shayna Baszler, not too pleased.
No shit.
You
Hey,
got
Tex.
Forceful
Hey.
finger fuckery.
what's
So
up, Tank?
did my tingling ears talking about the greatest wrestling promotion in the world, the WCW? Is that what my
Yeah.
ears heard?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a
well,
YouTube channel officially for WCW.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tex.
Yeah. Oh yes. No, I was. When did I first see the WCW YouTube thing? I was watching something else on YouTube, just random, and like, you know how you get like recommended videos, shit,
Mhm.
whatever.
Hold
I'm
on.
just scrolling, and
This
and I
is how
saw the
you found WCW is with
Yeah.
YouTube?
yeah, like I
A
didn't see the
Texan
announcement.
who's like probably 5, 6 years younger than me,
No,
but regardless, you're in the
No.
South where you could somehow see it on TV, and that's
Oh
where
yeah,
you see it on the internet?
no,
Dude, I saw
think
this on television. I remember seeing WCW
no,
on
no, 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 no,
television.
no, 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 dude, no. I'm saying no, yeah, no. Back in the day, I went to live WCW events. I'm talking about their YouTube page that just popped up.
Oh,
Like,
okay. Got it.
yeah, no, I'm
You
big.
scared me
That's
there,
Casey.
Tex.
I'm a
You
I'm
scared
a
me there.
complete no. I'm a complete mark for WCW. I've got like a Sting tattoo on my back, you know, in a dream world.
But isn't
But
that great though? That now that fucking WWE's decided,
Oh, yeah.
let's put all this shit on the fucking YouTube channel, you can
Well-
just decide to watch anything you want. And I've been doing the same thing for a while with old NWA stuff, where you had Ric Flair and the Steiners, all these other people in there. Anderson, it was just beautiful stuff, and it's available free on the internet.
Mhm.
well, it's about time. Go to your local Walmart or your regional retail store, whatever you may have. Go to the action figure aisle where the wrestling figures are, and see how many WCW products that WWE is selling right now. They sell just as much WCW stuff as they do modern day stuff because that era sells better than this garbage that they're putting out today.
I haven't seen
Like-
that, but I have seen figures selling for $30 and I'm not.
Yeah,
paying
that's the going price. Like, those are the
Dang.
either elites or well, up in Canada they're going to be more expensive, but they're either elites or ultimates. But yeah,
Yep.
they're about $30. But yeah, it's about time WWE finally brought back out. You know, I mean, yeah, I know WCW was probably the most mismanaged company in the history of the wrestling business,
But you have
Uh,
fans that are willing to buy this shit. Why are you
Hey,
guys
I grew
waiting?
up on it. But Starcade, Hogan, and Sting. I was working a hay baling route and throwing newspapers just to be able to buy that pay per view. That's the first pay per view I ever bought in my life. Like, I busted my butt. It was like $56.
Turning tricks on that corner like I was going out of style.
Hey, I can't talk about that. I had to sign NDAs.
Hey, but you got to watch the pay per view. That's all that matters. Even though you
I've
might
got
need a
to see-
fucking a pillow under your ass.
I may not have walked around for a while, and I had to go to therapy. By God, it was worth it. So it's fine.
Mhm.
Tex would have loved the cable I had. I said this a couple times before. I had this. My family had this. Was called Heartland Wireless Cable. It had a satellite dish, but it was
You
on
had the kind of cable where you paid the guy an extra $50 to give you the nudie channels and the play and the pay per view. That's the kind of cable
Oh.
you had.
I wish.
He wishes.
But-
Well,
yeah, he didn't have that.
I know about that because we had the same thing for a while too. So I know where you're coming from.
Isn't that the illegal black box I keep hearing about anyway?
Well, that.
Well,
yeah,
but no, it was simply sometimes it was just a filter. They would be like, okay,
Yeah, it was
give me
like-
that money. Okay, I'm going to remove this filter that the company puts on here, and now you've got, instead of 30 channels, you've got 100. And yeah,
The
by the
guy-
way, 99 and 100, those are the nudie ones. So enjoy.
the guy went to the cable box outside and he just turned like 2 extra screws. I watched him do it, and poof, we Playboy and Spice Channel and all of these things just popped up magically, and my life changed forever. I'm telling you what. But WCW was it for me back in the day. I was now, of course, as Dave just alluded to, we were always more partial to the WCW NWA brand down here. Hell, I went to Von Erich matches as a baby. Like,
Oh wow!
Nice.
I've still got the program from whenever Von Erich beat Ric Flair for the NWA title in Texas
Terry
Stadium.
Von
I've showed
Erich.
it on here
Gary
before.
Von Erich in the
And
the
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't stand new wrestling. You know, I like the old stuff. Like, I'm sure y'all talked
You
about
don't
already.
like
but,
fucking 30-minute
you know.
promos or fucking 90-minute segments there in the back? You don't like that sort of thing?
I think I just kind of grew out of it, to be honest with you. Like,
Wait, hold
gun to
on,
my head.
hold on. Did they have that in WCW? They didn't. It's WWE
No.
that made that a standard where if it deviates with AEW or any other company, people, retards, say, oh my God, this is not wrestling. It's like, no, talking is not wrestling. In the ring action, that's fucking
Well, see,
wrestling.
exactly.
That for me. See, here's kind of the problem with modern wrestling. AEW to me, yeah, it's more athletic, but I'm not here for the flips and all the doodads that they do. And the characters of modern WWE aren't compelling enough for me to sit down for 3 hours every Monday night and watch a show. I'm good, thanks. Number one, it should be a 2-hour show max, no more than that.
Yep.
But I think I've just kind of grown out of the whole wrestling thing. Like, I get most of my stuff from, obviously the majority of the people that hang out around here are wrestling guys, whatever. So I hear most of it through that or, just crap I see on X or whatever. But I just, I miss the old stuff. To me, I miss the nostalgia, the NWO versus Crow Sting. Will he turn? Won't he turn? Sting didn't wrestle for a year, and I tuned in every Monday night to see 10 seconds of the guy standing in the ref.
And he won Wrestler of the Year. He only had one match.
And then the real Sting would just pull off his mask and be Sting.
Oh yeah. Jeff Farmer would be down there in the ring beating the jackass version of Sting, and then Sting would drop down and beat him to death with a baseball bat, and the crowd would pop.
I remember watching something on YouTube about like when like the Jeff Farmer Sting was bowing down to Hogan and Bischoff, and then Sting appears behind Bischoff and gives him a death drop, and Hogan looks up like as if say, "Oh, was that a bump I heard? Time for me to bail, brother. I'm not working tonight."
One of my favorite times in wrestling, it was right before Starrcade '97 with Sting versus Hogan. It was Hogan's birthday or something on Nitro, and Eric Bischoff was giving him all the gifts or whatever y'all may remember. And Hogan opens. Hogan, it may have been the go home. I can't remember.
Yeah,
but Hogan opens the box, and it's like
his own head out.
It's like a fake head of Hulk Hogan, and he flips out like he just saw the devil or something.
Yeah,
it was so funny. Oh, it was so good.
And everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, so much. I mean, Diamond Dallas Page, Big Papa Pump, Scott Hall was always one of my favorites. So many things.
The math was always
I
correct.
want to know if like whoever's running that channel would put up the power plant, the supposed WCW power plant footage of Paul White doing a moonsault from the top rope.
I've seen that. Yeah.
I want to see that footage. I want to see if that actually was legit.
No,
I think I've seen that before. I want to say I've seen
Big Show doing a top rope moonsault.
I'm pretty sure I've seen that. Like
in the 90s.
I could be Mandela and myself, but I'm pretty sure I've seen that before.
See, Paul White is actually more athletic than he. I mean, he was allowed to do that more in WCW. WWE,
he wasn't allowed to do shit in WWE.
No, the best version of Paul White.
Was that flip towards against Rusev. That's the most I ever seen.
The best version of Paul White was whenever he came to the ring smoking a cigarette. That was my favorite version of the Giant. He was like, "Screw all of you! I'm smoking. Go to hell." That was great.
But he was actually athletic in WCW until I'm sure Hogan got in his ears like, "Brother, you shouldn't have to do all that because you're a giant." So
and then he got depressed and started gaining weight, and that spot with the at Super Brawl 8 happened with Kevin Nash.
Well,
that jackknife powerbomb that almost broke Paul White's neck.
One of my favorite personal memories, though, of WCW this was whenever Goldberg first just started coming out and the streak was getting hot and he was getting over
Mhm.
that. I was sitting there with my old man, and my old man, we were never close. We didn't really speak much more than about football or how to barbecue, as about as close as we ever got. But he said, I think he's my favorite Jew. And he was looking at Goldberg whenever they were showing his ass on television. So, that gave me a memory I will forever hold on to, one of the funniest times in my life. My dad had a favorite Jew, so I thought that was funny as hell.
Me, I didn't
Oh, good.
realize. I mean, I might be ignorant or didn't think about
Well,
it.
we know that, Casey.
But look, I didn't realize Goldberg was Jewish, and I didn't realize like Goldberg was a Jewish name until later on. I was like, that's a hell of a name for a wrestler.
Mhm.
Like,
Speaking
but then
of which,
it makes
speaking of which,
hold
did
on,
y'all see Goldberg's return tweet?
we don't get a lot of Jewish people down here, so I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's a Jewish temple.
He was so
around
bald, he had to duct tape his yarmulke on.
here.
Did y'all see Goldberg tweet out,
Uh,
"I'm back" on Twitter today?
No.
But
Apparently, it's his first tweet since 2018.
who, Goldberg?
I'm not
I don't
joking.
know. Hey, everybody else is coming out. Why the hell not Goldberg? I mean, shit.
hmm
Now, y'all probably already talked about it, but, congrats to Lex Luger,
Yep.
Hall of Fame and all that shit.
Yeah,
Obviously-
if he's able to walk, that's a miracle. If they're keeping it under
Well,
wraps that he knows how to walk again,
not going to
that
lie,
would be great.
I-
Like
the clip where Cody comes in and tells him they just get, inaugurated into the Hall of Fame or whatever, he stands up. That did touch my cold heart a little bit. So just knowing what the man's been through. So I did appreciate
Yeah.
that.
I mean, DDP was working on Lex for a little while. I mean, now he's getting some movement. Like,
Hey, and
I mean,
Diamond
he was
Dallas
also
Page,
working on Vader, but we all know what happened there.
Diamond Dallas Page deserves about 15 extra diamonds in his crown in heaven for all the good he's done down here.
oh, I
He's helped
agree.
a whole lot of people. So
I mean, he's helped Jake Roberts. He was helping Vader up until his passing. He tried to get him back in good
Right.
health.
Scott Hall.
Now I will say, now is Sting still AEW contract tied?
Kind of.
No,
yeah.
he's officially retired.
He's retired, but he's still signed with them.
Sting needs to induct him into. There
Retire
is
from
nobody else that should induct Lex Luger into the Hall of Fame besides Sting.
Well,
Those guys,
Yeah, they
too much
thick,
connections.
thick as thieves, friends. Thick as thieves when
Well,
it comes to
even
connection.
out of, I mean, they own gyms together. They did. I mean, friends out of the ring, everything else.
Yeah, that's what I'm
like,
saying.
he-
Friends.
Yeah, he needs
real,
to.
real close friends.
And I mean, he's a Hall of Famer himself, so Sting needs to be the one to induct, Mr. Luger into the Hall of Fame. Now,
it makes sense. I mean, who else would have done? I mean, I don't think Hogan should. I mean, who? I mean, maybe
if it's not going to be Sting, it'll be probably Diamond Dallas Page. We're given the
Yeah.
nickname.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
I
great
guess.
point.
Here's a potential idea. What about Arn? What about Arn Anderson?
I
Yeah,
think-
yeah.
Honestly, I think it's the two that Tex brought up most likely. I don't
Mhm.
even.
Or-
I wouldn't even throw in Eric Bischoff because he was
Well,
not.
that's what I'd say. I would say Eric Bischoff too. That could work as well. I'd be good with
But
that.
Eric
But,
Bischoff is the only one that had issues with Luger, like potentially flaking on WCW back when it first signed him in '95.
Yeah.
He was the
Yeah,
only one who
but,
had issues. The only
dude, that
reason
was
he signed Luger was because of Sting.
30 years ago, though. I mean, a lot has changed since then, and I mean, a lot of
True.
pasts have been forgiven. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
I hope the fans forgive him for Miss Elizabeth. That's all I'll say.
he didn't
Fans
kill her.
better forgive him for Miss
He-
Elizabeth.
Was he there? Yes, but he did not. He did not force her to do anything that she wasn't doing already. Like
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
but she
never.
still took the drugs he had that were in his name. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but
She
you You
Drugs
know,
that he
the,
had.
Go on. Go ahead, Tex.
I was just going to say, you can't bury him for something that somebody else decided to do themselves. Like that.
True. I
Did
only
he do wrong? Yes, but
he
given
at
the
least
penance that
called the
he's
police to
paid,
try to get her help.
Come on,
He can
Kratos.
he at least did that.
Kratos, let him finish real quick.
Go ahead.
look at the penance that Lex Luger has paid over these decades since then. Like, are we not a? I mean, do we not? Or are we not a society that gives second chances to worse people than him? Should he not get a, not forgive and forget, but forgive and move forward? Maybe, I guess, is a fair way to put it. He knows he did wrong. He still admits. I saw a clip of him the other day admitting to his part of the responsibility, but he didn't do it, so he shouldn't be held responsible about it.
I agree because I mean, I think it's a shame that Miss Elizabeth is not even inducted yet. Still, like I
Nope.
brought
I don't
this
think
up.
she ever will. Just the whole
Hold
drug
on.
thing. I don't think it'll ever happen.
Hold on, you think she'll
Nope.
never will? I
Just
think
like Nancy Benoit's never been inducted as woman. She ain't going in either.
that's a different reason, and I think
It's
Nancy.
kind of the same reason. One was murdered, one died of a drug overdose. You're gonna really have them in the Hall of Fame and have that in the video package?
Well, hold on,
Because that's all they're gonna be remembered for.
woman deserves to be in the Hall of Fame too, but I mean, the way Miss Elizabeth died, she died because of drug overdose. Okay, like
Nope.
there's way worse things to die than that. I mean,
Like Nancy Benoit, she was murdered.
yeah, but you don't like shame Nancy because of that. Because
If I were in
I'm not
charge,
saying-
yeah, I would put her
I'm
in,
saying
but
she'll never go in because of who she's tied to because of that murder suicide.
yeah, well,
I
here's
don't
the
think
thing.
well, I don't know. Now, as far as Nancy Benoit, if she hadn't died the way that she did, she wouldn't, in my opinion, she wouldn't be getting a Hall of Fame nod. Yeah, she was tied to the Horsemen. How many women were tied to the Horsemen? There were thousands.
Quite a few. Quite a few. Deborah,
Literally, the only thing
Coleman,
that's bringing
Elizabeth.
her to prominence is Chris Benoit killed her. Like, that's just my view on it. But as far as Elizabeth goes, if I were in charge, yeah, I'd put her in. But this is a corporate company with I don't see them. She was a chaperone. I don't see it happening. I just don't see it happening.
I mean, if anyone were to induct her, it'd be the only living child of it'd be the only living child that Chris had left. If she were to be inducted, David Benoit would be the one to induct her.
Her and Macho Man never had kids, right?
For Nancy, I have a perfect workaround. You don't call her being inducted as Nancy Benoit. You induct her as woman because that's her. She was in.
That's what she was known as in WCW.
Okay, but then you.
Well.
Then you. How do you get around for that 5 to 10 minute speech, never saying the actual name and just woman? Like that would be so awkward. Like everybody would know who you were talking about. Then you start talking about Chris Benoit. Then that's the thing nobody wants to happen. And there you go.
The only way for that workaround to really go well, get her ex-husband Kevin Sullivan to induct her.
He's dead.
Yeah, but
never mind.
Kevin Sullivan's dead? No, he's not.
Kevin Sullivan is dead.
Shit, I completely forgot.
Did not know that. Okay.
Yeah,
I completely forgot anyway.
Yeah, he died recently.
I could have swore he was doing like a podcast.
Didn't he die last year? Didn't he just die last year?
Yeah, a year or two ago.
Fuck.
I'd never heard that one. I don't know. But it's, the point of it, though, is, I mean, as far as Lex Luger goes, him showing up on Nitro out of nowhere, completely unannounced, set off everything. I mean, from there, we got NWO, DX, everything else that happened. You can.
End of the Dungeon of Doom.
Lex Luger showing up on Nitro is a fixture point in time where shit changed. So, I mean,
And
just
it's
for nothing but
Vince's
that
own
alone.
fault that he
it
never.
started.
It's
Oh,
Vince's own
right.
fault he never re-signed him to begin with. He was under a handshake
Right.
deal at the time.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah.
Go ahead and finish, Tex.
Oh no, I was down. I was listening. But yeah, no, it was. I'm happy for him. So I said, hopefully Sting shows up and inducts him. That'd be sweet. But, we'll see.
I think it'd be
Sting,
cool too.
better Sting than Hogan. That's all I'll say.
But
No, well, let's see. Where is Mania at this year?
Vegas.
Vegas.
Okay, well I think Vegas would be friendly to Hogan. It would be more of a mixed reaction, not that shit that's in that California piss hole.
Oh yeah.
But
I was like,
I
didn't
mean,
re-
it's going to
I
be
didn't-
in New Orleans again next year. They were kind to him, and they were kind to him. What, 12 years ago, right?
Well, back at WrestleMania 30, that was before the whole racist thing got leaked out.
True.
But
people need to get over that too. Who gives a shit? Hogan said the N word. Oh, big deal.
I mean,
who gives a
I've
shit?
given people I know that are white the N word pass around me, so I
It's
have
a
no issue
word.
with it either now.
It's a word. Like
Exactly.
literally, that's all that is. If you truly hate somebody, that goes deeper than sticks and stones. People.
That's
Let's
more
not
rooted
forget.
into your family. If you really hate
You
someone that
know,
much.
weren't none of us slaves and none of us owned anybody. Why are we worried?
Exactly.
But it's just my point is, I could see Hogan inducting him, considering whenever Luger beat Hogan on Nitro for the title in the Georgia Dome, I believe it was.
Hater says he was at.
You
Yep.
know, I mean that another big moment, but I preferably Sting, but I'll take. I would want Sting, but I'll take DDP. Eric Bischoff for Hogan.
wait.
That's the way I would.
Is Barry Windham still alive? Maybe he could induct him just as well. Barry Windham still alive?
I believe he is.
He could
I
induct him
don't
too.
know.
Because he was just as a good friend with him as Sting was.
Well, according to Wikipedia, it says, yeah, he's still signed to AEW, but
Okay. He makes sporadic
But-
appearances since his retirement. Okay.
Well, considering he's not wrestling anymore, they might could work out some kind of deal. You know what I mean?
exactly. There's times Tony Khan has letting people, like he even let some of his wrestlers go to WWE pay-per-views behind the scenes, or even in
Yep.
box office and
Yep.
hang out. So I think it's definitely possible. Like, shoot, Billy Gunn was signed to AEW when DX was inducted. So I
WWE
think
still
and
puts
he's
out
still signed to
merchandise for.
AEW and included as DLC in 2K25.
Yes, as I say, they still put out merchandise for Billy Gunn. I saw an action figure, a new one the other day. They're still selling his merch. So
Yeah, and he's in the game for WWE 2K25 as confirmed DLC.
But I think because he's part of AEW, I would love to see Sting, but I think most likely it'll probably be DDP.
probably Paige, yeah.
Yeah.
Smart guess.
It makes sense. I mean, I would love to see Sting, but
Sting will probably be in the audience.
Now I will say, I still stand by my argument that I've said for years on here, but it's not a real Hall of Fame unless you can go visit it. I'm just saying. But
True.
I
mean-
agree. But I mean, it's more of a being recognized as a
okay, so then
recognized.
okay, so they need to change it. Then we're not having a Hall of Fame ceremony. We are recognizing WWE legends, and you're instead of a Hall of Famer, you're a legend.
Sure.
And when they do everything the same, I'd be fine with it. But if I want to go to Canton, I can go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I can go
Yep.
visit it. I can see it. I can't do that for wrestling. So you don't have a Hall of Fame. Sorry.
I think
What
Well-
about the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame?
Well,
Because that's a real thing.
Okay, yes, but that's not the WWE. So separate
True.
organization. You know what I'm saying?
True.
but I think with the new group with TKO, I think there's possibility and like yeah, UFC's been out there for what 20+ years now. I
Yeah.
like they do.
Well,
Don't they have UFC Hall of Famers? So I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
well, they're
Not
based
really.
in Orlando. Isn't it WWE moved their headquarters down to Orlando, right?
No, their headquarters is still in Connecticut, but they have a lot of stuff in
Well, I
Orlando.
say Orlando for a reason. Like, have y'all ever been to Orlando? A huge tourist place. I mean, Disney's down there, Universal Studios, gigantic tourist
SeaWorld.
thing.
Well, they got the
SeaWorld, so many things. It would be huge if, because like the way Orlando was built, it's kind of congested right there around all the parks. But once you get like 10 minutes out, it's like nothing. It's like an hour from Orlando to Daytona. It's like a straight shoot down the highway. Go like
Yep.
10 minutes outside of Orlando, build a Hall of Fame, build a complex where people can go visit when they go to Disney and they go to Universal. They could go to the WWE, to the UFC place, have
Instead
a
of
ring set
cramming
up,
everything in a warehouse. Yeah.
take all of these treasures out, put them out there for people to see, charge $30 a head. You realize how much money that would make?
I charge 50 bucks
yeah.
for some of the more rare stuff.
Dude, I went to
50 to
Daytona
100.
International Speedway just to tour the track just because I love that place. Like they could do the exact same thing, have different rings and different, set up, put up like a big warehouse and put up the old blue cage, do something. I don't know, go crazy.
Here's
I
an
like that
idea.
Listen
idea.
out.
Here's an idea. Undertaker's Paul Bearer's original urn. Picture with that, 50 bucks.
Yeah, that's
Something
what
like
I'm saying. I mean,
Dude,
how many robes has Ric Flair had over the years? Charge like $100 to take a picture in one of his lesser known robes. I'd do it. I'd do it just for the hell of it.
I charge at least 500 to take a picture in Ric Flair's
Yeah.
robe because you don't know who's gonna try to steal it from the freaking place.
Well, you can keep that from happening, but you get my point. It is what it is.
or no, well, I
Someone-
mean, I think it'd be
Just watched an
safer.
episode of Pawn Stars, an old episode of Pawn Stars. Someone sold a Lex Luger robe to like the pawn shop in Vegas. And
Well, Luger did that himself.
So he
Was that
probably
way?
needed the
That
money.
was before that was before the wheelchair. I thought I recognized this.
Actually, it was in Pawn Stars. He went to Hardcore Pawn with that. It was the one in Detroit because
Oh.
now I remember because it was he went to
Dude.
less gold and sold it to him.
Watching that
And-
hardcore pawn just shows what kind of a shithole Detroit is. Jesus Christ. That place is a mess. That makes me never want to go to that city. Like being white in that town is a death sentence just by the looks of that place. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
No thanks.
granted, watching that they put on the worst people on there on purpose.
Right. Well, I've seen Detroit a lot. I've never been to it, but from what I've seen, I would avoid that place like the plague. No freaking thing. Like, I am good, buddy. So it's all good. So.
Man, oh man.
I think that definitely doesn't that show make it look bad? Yes, it does. But I mean, I think a lot of it was played up. I mean, there's some of them. I think a lot of that's fake, right there. I mean,
Well, no, I don't. I think it's real and it's showing. Well, and I'm not just picking on Detroit. I'm picking on any major blue city, whether it's Dallas, Baltimore, Detroit, any of these big cities out there that are just ransacked garbage and filth and blue state politics that bring in a certain kind of clientele and completely ruins life for everybody. That's what I'm talking about.
here, I'll point out the biggest evidence I think why it's fake. If you watch one of their shows, it, one of their head of security got fired for and arrested for stealing. But the thing is, it wasn't
That's
just
hilarious.
where he just stole once. They went and have footage of him literally going over and stealing jewelry from a dude's I guess who does like puts the stones in the rings and like
Uh,
it just randomly like every day he would steal jewelry all day long. I mean not all day long, every day at the very end of the day. But the person who puts the stones in the rings doesn't like. Hey, where's that one ring we had here? It just happened to be that one episode with just that they caught on, but they have footage day after day after day on this dude. You figure they would have uh maybe
Would
watched
have
some of
fired him
this.
a long time ago. Yeah.
Not only that,
well,
they had him arrested, but I mean, I can understand if he did it once and he got away with it, but when he just kept on going day after day after day, and they didn't bother to look at any of the footage or like fast forward, oh, something happened here, like that shit is so fucking fake just because of
well,
that right there.
all reality. There's no reality in reality television.
Exactly.
Obviously, none of it's real. It's all scripted. It's all planted. It's all whatever. But
hmm
yeah, it's it's whatever.
I did not
It's
know
what-
Kane Hodder had jewelry on Hardcore Pawn.
Who the hell is Kane Hodder? Is
Jason
that?
Voorhees.
he played probably the most famous Jason
Oh,
in the Friday the 13th. He's not my favorite Jason, but he's awesome.
I never heard of him before, but the way
You,
he said it, it almost sounded like a woman, even though you think Kane would be a dude's name. But
Oh
for
no,
some
Kane Hodder. He literally has a tattoo inside of his lip that says "killer" because he played Jason. Like he got a tattoo inside of his mouth, and he's so badass. He gets it redone every so often just to keep the ink fresh so you can see it. It is awesome. It's
Damn.
hilarious.
it makes
So-
sense because, like,
Well,
dude,
your
he
mouth
actually-
heals. Yeah.
he actually
Yeah.
did his own. He actually did some like motion capture for a game for the. I think it was the Friday the 13th game.
Not just that, but he
yeah.
also did motion capture for the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre video game.
Yeah, that one too. That one too.
Kane
Oh,
Hodder
he-
is the
he was-
only man.
Leatherface
To not-
with the motion capture.
Kane Hodder, he's played Jason, he's played Michael, he's played Leatherface. The only one of the big four slashers that he didn't get to play was Freddy Krueger. He played every
Yeah,
other
but
one in
that's-
some shit
That's
form or
Robert
fashion.
Englund's. That's Robert Englund's personal role all
Right.
time.
I want to bring something up real quick. This is why I
You
had
gay?
this up
What?
for the longest
Oh,
time. Wouldn't it be? Pico
If he
says
fucked up,
that-
yeah.
that Luger should induct Miss Elizabeth. Wouldn't that be the worst? That would be pretty fucked up. Even though, yeah, he didn't kill her, but I mean, he didn't.
I mean, he'd
try
at
to-
least have something nice to say about her.
See, the thing is, he was the last person
Uh,
in the relationship with her, but
I'd bet he doesn't. Well, he can't not say anything about her. I bet he says something like "We miss you" or
Yeah,
something of
something like
the
that.
sort. Like he can't not just completely ignore it as if it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Which this is like, okay, this is another reason why I feel bad for Luger, and not just because I'm a fan of the guy, but it's like he murdered somebody without pulling the trigger himself. And and that's a really crappy position to be put in because you'll never be forgiven, even though you didn't cause for it to happen. But you have to continually apologize for it the rest of your living days. That's
Yep.
the crime to me.
well, even though I mean they were both doing drugs, So it's just
Right.
because she overdosed and passed away. Like,
Right.
yeah,
It's just it's guilt by association at its worst, is what it is.
exactly. But see, the thing is, like, I heard the police phone call, and like he was like pretty much helpless. Like he was like, "Please,
Well, yeah, he's not
officer."
a doctor. He's not an EMT. He doesn't know what to
Yeah,
do. I
but
mean,
at least
put yourself in the
try.
He was
situation.
crying on the phone. Wasn't he?
Hold on. I was in that situation with my late wife, so
Yeah.
I could contest to that because when God, I hate to bring this up because when me and my brother-in-law pulled my wife out of the bathroom when she had her overdose,
Oh,
yeah, we had I think my brother-in-law called the cops while I'm trying to give her like mouth to mouth and trying to give her like she was seemed like she was getting there, but she was looks like some food was coming up, so I thought maybe she was coming out of it. But I at least was trying to what Luger sound like he just called the cops and just like stood there, doing
Well,
yeah.
nothing.
I've
I
I've
could be wrong though, I could be wrong.
I watched one of my best friends die. We back when we were riding bulls. I saw him lay there, and I felt him take his last breath. So I feel where you're coming from with the whole losing somebody.
Yeah.
But living through that, it made me learn that you can't judge that situation, even if you've been through one.
Mhm.
Yep.
Because, I mean, that whole flight or fight thing instinct comes into play. You also have to take into account what level of sobriety was he at that point. Probably not very sober.
Yeah.
And, you know, you know, you're in a state of, oh my God, I have to call the cops. I know I'm high. Am I going to go to jail? Am I going to go to prison? Blah, blah, blah. So many emotions. Like,
Mhm.
you can't, like, that's one of those things you think you can judge, but in reality, it's probably best if you don't, in my opinion.
I can go back to when my wife passed and like I said before, when it happened, my mother-in-law just happened to be there. So she's freaking out while my brother-in-law this is after he called the cops, by the way. He had to try to take care my brother-in-law was living with us and he was taking care of his mom because she was losing it while
Oh,
I'm
sure.
trying to revive her. And when the cops came in, they already pronounced her dead right there. And
Wow.
then I had to stay calm because he's still in there consoling her mom or their mom.
Of course, yeah.
And I'm like, I had to just stay cool. I mean, like I'm
Well,
just
there's a reason why they okay, like whenever I had my heart attack, back in August.
yeah,
Mhm.
Um, of course, it was my old lady and all of my kids here at the house. Well, my old lady had called my mother, which God, that was the worst thing she could have fucking done. Jesus Christ.
oh yeah,
My mother comes over, and then my brother comes flying down the fucking road. I could hear his truck a mile away. He's loud ass pickup, whatever. So it looked like a parade, you know, going to the hospital because my dad had a heart or has a heart condition. He's still alive, but he
yeah,
got it took care of. So they were like really concerned, like, oh, Tex is gonna fucking die. Like this was a real fucking concern. And like once they got into the room, like I could hear, well, my lady was ready to beat the fuck out of somebody to get to me in that damn hospital room. Like I thought she was going to fucking jail. But there's a reason why they keep the family out till the patient is stable.
mm, yeah. That totally makes sense because I mean, all you're gonna do is aggravate the problem.
Well,
But
if your loved ones are in there getting in the way of, oh, my baby or honey or sweetheart,
yeah,
the doctor can't do what you want them to do. Like
exactly.
even if you have to drag them out kicking and screaming, well, it's life. So
No,
Yeah.
I agree 100%. But like, dude, I mean, I'm not gonna judge. I guess I was sounding like I was judging him a little,
no, I don't
Luger a
think you
little
were.
bit.
I think you were just making in. I, I think you were making a fair assumption that a lot of people would.
Yeah.
Like, nothing you said was out of sorts. It was just, a perspective, right? If anything.
I'm sure he was shocked to like he was scared for her life. Huh? Like at least he called the cops. I mean, I wish. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if he did try to or like, but I can't comment if he did try or not to revive her. But I could.
And I think there's another level to this, though. Miss Elizabeth was beloved and is still beloved by a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
So
Even just
this
as
is
beloved by George the Animal Steel.
this is taken to this isn't just, my friend that died or your wife or whoever. This
yeah,
was somebody at almost at a a idol worship
yeah.
level to some. So
Mhm.
for that reason alone, a lot of people are never going to let it go just because of
I.
that. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. The same. And
Oh.
y'all probably won't know these names, but like the day that Dale Earnhardt died, God rest his soul.
Dale
Ken
Earnhardt
Schrader,
Sr.
yes, Dale Earnhardt Sr. The
Yeah.
day he died in 2001, the day from that point for years, Ken Schrader and Sterling Marlin were wanted men by NASCAR fans because they were the ones that were involved in that crash. And Ken
Yep.
Schrader was one of his best friends. Go listen to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s podcast where Ken Schrader comes on there and talks about it. Ken Schrader to this day is still in tears, knowing
Oh
that,
yeah.
he was involved in a crash that was not his fault. That was just normal racing where one of his best friends died. So, unfortunately, life can go that way.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I mean that is bad. And like
Right back on him.
I mean that's totally understandable because I mean stuff like that does suck. It's hard to process. Like even nowadays, like I hate to keep bringing her up like this in a bad situation, but like the first couple years, I would get these trigger moments and not like freaking out moments, but like I'll be like one thing would trigger that a memory what happened when she passed. I literally was on the
Oh, of course, yeah.
toilet. I was literally sitting on the toilet taking the shit and looking and looking at the doorknob and at the door and it just looking at the doorknob triggered it because
Well,
when
and you'll forever have that. That'll never go away. I mean, we all have those things.
I don't get those triggers that often anymore as the first couple years because one, I had very good support system with family, and I had relationships since then. But
Well, yeah.
but I would get emotional triggers, like it would just bring back me that moment because when she passed, she was in the bathroom uh, with the door locked, and
Yeah.
my father-in-law, when he came up, he's like, "You should have broke down that door." Like, hold on, we didn't know what was happening behind that door. She could have been like been okay, just not responding, or to the us talking. Like,
Uh,
so
it,
we're gonna break down the door and then find out she's doing something else. Like,
it's real easy to judge, with rose-colored glasses, as they say.
yeah,
Hindsight is 2020. You just the crappy thing about life is sometimes you just make a judgment call and you go with it. Sometimes it bites you and sometimes it doesn't. But
yeah.
I mean, there's no way of rationalizing it. There's no way of making it better or go away. You just deal. I mean, and
Mm.
for somebody like Luger, that's all I'm saying. I'm not even looking at this from the fan perspective. The man, I did drugs. I was doing hard drugs at one point in my life. I understand that addiction. I understand that battle. And to overcome that and then to live in the hell that he has been ever since he's been in that damn chair. I would, huh?
It would be 22 years this year since she
I
passed.
can't say that. I can actually pretty confidently say if I was stuck in that chair for 20 years, I wouldn't be alive for 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I'm saying that's when she passed. That's when Miss
Right.
Elizabeth passed. But I think
That's what I'm saying.
I think he's only been in that chair maybe inside the last 10 years.
I don't think I could make a decade. I'll be real honest with you. I think I'd probably put myself on the business end of a shotgun if I left to my own devices. But I know me. But like I said, the man deserves it. He's been through hell and back, and I'm happy to see him get some kind of accolade. Whether it's a real Hall of Fame or not, it's a moot point. But you got to get something. So.
But I was bringing up before, I do think ever since TKO become a thing and owns WWE, I think they will get a physical building eventually. And I think it'd be short.
They need to.
I agree. Like it would make money, in that they need to do the same thing with UFC.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And with them having space they're in Orlando, I think Pico. I don't know if Pico's in the chat or not, but he can tell you more about just how touristy Orlando is. It would be a brilliant idea to put a WWE land, TKO land, so you can get UFC in there as well. TKO land would be awesome. It's a great name, whatever.
Actually,
be awesome.
Oh, did you know that I think only TKO. God damn it! It's the fucking initials, and I can't pronounce it.
Having a hard time, Casey?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time. But I guess them and the Saudis are gonna start a boxing company. So
isn't boxing kind of dead though? Like,
yeah, they're not as popular like it was before MMA.
I mean, besides if a Logan, or not a Logan, but a Paul brother isn't attached to boxing, does anybody really care these days? I mean, I don't hear anybody talking about it.
No, I mean nowadays it's gotta have a celebrity tied into it or something. I mean, it's not the same like I used to love boxing, dude. This is before I started watching wrestling, and like even Dave was shocked how like I started watching wrestling in the Attitude Era, but I was watching boxing.
Hey, like what year Attitude Era?
97, late 97.
You didn't start watching wrestling until 97?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Like I told Dave,
that's a surprise, but okay.
Well, see, the thing was, like I told Dave earlier, I was kind of discouraged from my dad about it because he's like, "You don't want to watch that fake shit." So I mean, eventually, like you could only hide from it for a while when you hear friends talk about it.
My old man, we went to one Monday Night Raw down here, and this was back whenever it was Sean and Brett doing their thing. And I can verbally, I was a kid, I don't remember what age I was, but the whole crowd was screaming, "Sean sucks cock, Sean sucks cock." And Shawn Michaels is standing on the stage like pretending to do a blowjob, like working his hands, like he's working balls and everything. It was the whole, like, I was like, "Oh my God, this is crazy." It was
You
it was at one of the Raws, yeah. Like I don't remember which one it was. I couldn't tell you. I was just a kid, but it was fucking crazy. This was huge back in the day. It was great. So it was a lot of
well,
fun.
but me and my dad, we would used to watch boxing all the time. HBO would have boxing on Friday nights, and we would watch
I
it.
remember that. Yeah, yeah.
And a lot of times they're not even the best boxing matches in the world either. And like actually, Dad took me to a place that like a small arena that had a bunch of boxing matches, and it was
Oh, man.
cool to watch. But we would watch Friday night boxing, and every once in a while we would get to watch a pay per view for free because that cable. For some reason, we would get free pay per views, probably because someone around us probably would order it and they would leech onto that signal. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but we would get uh boxing matches. A lot of times it'll be
Now,
Mike Tyson fights, and we
did
would,
you ever tune over to the naked channels where they were all like blotched out, but every once in a while you'd see like a boob or something come
no,
through?
because a lot of times there was no point because every time you go over there, it's all scrambled.
Well, that's what I'm
So
saying. Even if it was scrambled, if you stared at the screen long enough, you'd be able to see like a boob or something that was funny. So, yeah.
at that time, I had an access to the computer, or at least I had
Oh yeah, no, you were good then. You didn't need
no that,
the
or
television.
I had HBO at the time, so I would
Re-
no,
was it Real
actually,
Sex or whatever that was called back in the
yeah,
day?
yeah, Real
Yeah,
Sex.
I remember. Oh yeah.
But even though I had my father's Playboy magazines that I found and stole from him,
Oh yeah.
and
I did the same.
and then I would found like later on I got those tapes from my buddy that I did a deal with, but I always found my way around it. But
My old man got so tired of me stealing his Playboys. I came home one day and there was a stack on my bed and it said "Leave mine alone." So he got tired of me taking his. So it worked out.
but no, but it seems like ever since MMA and UFC was a thing, boxing was on the decline. I mean,
Well, that's what I'm
even
saying. It's what's the point in boxing anymore? Whenever if I can watch a fight where people can kick somebody in the head or knee them in the face, why am I
mm,
going to be, oh, put these padded gloves on? Don't do anything with your legs. Like, I'm going to watch the other channel.
yeah, or
So
like
it's
it's
just,
literally like a lot of them are literally in the cage, like they grapple or like and like I would still watch boxing even during the
Casey's
UFC.
Playboys are crunchy now. Yeah, Casey's Playboys are a DNA sample, is what they are. But
But
uh,
oh god, I would still watch even during the Lennox Lewis era, like when he was champion. Like I think he was the last champion that I watched until I kind of like fell off and watched full time wrestling or uh UFC. And
yeah,
I would
I
go,
never really cared about boxing. I mean, yeah, of course, in the '90s, everybody watched, Tyson and everything else, and it's it, which is so funny. Like to hear, I love to hear the young people today. Jesus Christ, I'm talking about young people now. I'm getting old. The
well,
younger guys talk about how great Mike Tyson was. I'm like, you have no idea the craze that Mike Tyson was back in
yes.
the '90s. Like, you have no idea. That dude was everywhere. But whatever.
Oh yeah. I mean, even when I used to be a big fan of Holyfield too. I mean, like like I said, after Lennox Lewis, I was pretty much done with boxing because like UFC was becoming more of a legit thing.
Right.
People said he met Buster Douglas. He said he was a super nice dude. I'm sure he was.
There you go.
But Pico, if you want to join, I'll put the link in. Probably not gonna be on much longer, but I'll put it in here. Let me throw that in there. If it would let me. There he goes. He was saying Holyfield's son is in the new WWE called LFG. Put the
I
stink.
don't
It
know
is.
what that
It
is.
is. Legends and Future Greats. It's a
But
new
Is that a
80s.
new? Is
it's
that a new
the
wrestling thing or something?
it's a new wrestling thing. It's pretty much it's their version. I guess it's a new version of Tough Enough because they bring in people in, and this is not even
Michelle
in.
McCool is replacing Mickey James for next season, apparently.
Okay, that's fine. He says he'll come on next week. That's cool. He says he's got shit
Yeah.
soon. But it's
Yeah,
like
he's-
the new
Pico's got to
version.
get ready for his nightly session where he abuses himself a few times. If you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Well, he did spell cum with cum instead of.
Well, he's pulling up a porno of the Golden Girls right now, so you know he's busy. So.
Oh God.
But yeah, LG is pretty much the new Tough Nut version because it's not even
Mhm.
the development league because even
So it's just
you have
a underground, like training center thing, basically.
yes trainees that
Trainees being
Okay.
trained by Undertaker, Bully Ray, and Booker T.
That's
So-
three good ones. I mean, that's they could definitely learn something.
Mm-hmm.
I need to watch it because I seen this dude like pissed off Bully Ray, like because Bully Ray said he wouldn't shake his hand until he earns it, and the kid got
Yeah.
butt hurt because he wouldn't shake his hand. So he used it in his promo, and Bully knew it wasn't just a promo that he really was upset with him. Like
There you go.
I mean, that's
So
one
you
thing.
can
Like,
say he works Bully into a shoot.
yeah, it's kind of like how well, I mean, I told this before where when it was a SmackDown / ECW show here, and when it was me and my buddy was leaving, we went through the back way of the arena.
You went the black
And
way. Like,
yeah,
would you steal your tickets and get in? Is that what you did?
no, it said the back way.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't hear you over my racism. Sorry, that's my fault.
Yeah, your racist tendencies were kicking in.
Sorry about that. That was on me, Casey.
But no,
that was funny.
because I think it was we could try to avoid the crowds, and I think it was a little closer where our cars was. But we're going down the back alley, and here comes Dusty Rhodes from the other way,
The
and
American Dream, Dusty
yeah.
Rhodes.
And I didn't think it would be him because I'm like, you figure he'd probably be nowhere accessible like that, right? You figure
Right.
if any, he'll probably be in the arena or he'd be like where the place where you come out from the parking lot garage. So I told my buddy, he was like, that looks like Dusty Rhodes. And when he got close, like we walked right by him, I kind of had this that look, shocked look. I wanted to ask to shake his hand, but I didn't want to bother the guy because I mean I'm sure he probably would have, but I was just shocked.
For the star level of Dusty, I would have said something. Just I mean, if it was just somebody normal, I'd be like, "Hey, blah blah blah." But for Dusty, I would have went out of the way.
See, I remember when CM Punk was only known for Ring of Honor at the time. This is like ECW. Like, actually, this is the same show now, think about it, because that's the only ECW show I've been to. And CM
Was
Punk,
he was he still trying to cut off little boys' dicks? Because trans kids matter. Was he still trying to do that then too?
oh, God. See,
Just asking. I
CM
mean, hey, this is his politics, not mine. I'm just asking a question.
I don't know about that. I mean, what, CM Punk is into that?
Oh yeah, you haven't seen the pictures of him wearing the trans kids matter T-shirts on TV? Oh yeah, I've seen them. Oh yeah, he's a big old nasty prevert that wants to mutilate children. He's a
Oh.
horrible piece of crap.
Hmm. I mean, do I think children should be doing that? No. Obviously, I think once you hit 18, that's when you should be
Well,
able
I
to.
mean, CM Punk does, so maybe we need to talk to him about the leftist piece of shit. But whatever.
But uh but this is before he even made his debut on ECW. I think he had a promo in the back. And he wasn't well known. He was able to sneak through the crowd at the very end. Only I think a few people recognized him, and I think I spotted him too. But he was able to sneak through the crowd because I think he's wearing a hoodie and everything. But he can't do that now. Like, obviously he probably has a bus, but it's just I remember those two things. Like, I think oh yeah, I think where we did, we went through the back way. I remember now because I remember I thought we were heading towards our vehicle, but no, I think we decided to go to the parking garage because to see the superstars leave. Now think about that. And I figured that was the fastest way. Now, that just jogged my memory because I remember the Dusty Roads part, and I figured after that we went to our vehicles. But the only reason I can link those together because, like I said, that was a SmackDown and the ECW show, and so and that was a crazy night. I remember that was the night Rob Van Dam versus Hardcore Holly, where Hardcore had this giant slash on his back from doing a table bump, and
Damn.
it was It was horrific because I mean I'm sure you guys probably seen this before, but it was horrific. Let me see if I can bring up Holly back. Let me see if I can find that picture. Let's see. Oh, what?
Huh?
Okay. Trying to bring this up. Sorry. I thought I already had it up. Let's see.
That's what she said.
What?
I said, that's what she said. She thought you already had it up.
God, what? I know I have my thing selected where it shouldn't bring up anything horrific, or I think I have it
If I
censored.
see granny and or tranny porn, I'm never speaking to you again.
Let's see, put badly cut because I don't know where it maybe it's under because it's probably censored because I put my engine on here to censor it because God forbid I bring something up and I want to show it, but I'm not gonna uncensor my YouTube. I'm gonna uncensor my Yahoo searches because if I do that, I bring up one picture like I
How
was
about
told.
just go to a search engine you don't normally use so you're safe?
That's not a bad idea. Go to
There you go. See, Casey, if you think twice, you can be the genius in your family too.
Hardcore Holly back
I'll
cut.
pull up naked pictures, fat bitches named Holly now.
Yeah,
Casey's
no
been
shit.
all over the internet.
Oh yeah, there it is. That's why it was censored. Oh yeah.
I don't like the way you responded to that. I'm gonna need a hand check for the way you responded to that, Casey. That was a wee bit too excited for my liking.
look look at this freaking gash right here. Oh no, my
Casey has a 6-hour tape called "Best of Both Worlds." Granny. Uh, uh, uh.
Look at
Oh
that.
wow.
You see that right there?
He said, "Call
That
me master," and then he whipped him, and he left that mark on what he done on that match.
oh my god, I
Your
saw
name
that.
is Toby. Whack. That's what he did to him.
Dude,
He
I
called that
saw
he called that the Roots match. Is what he called that one.
and it shows the date right there. It says September 26, 2006. This I guess it says either the 18th or the 16th episode of ECW from WWE version. But yeah, that went through. That was caused because the table, and if you're probably wondering how did the table do that, the band that goes around the table, the trimmings of the table, sliced
Right.
them.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what got him. Let me see if I can bring it up without getting. I'll probably get. Oh no! Oh, okay. I didn't.
Swear to God, Casey, you're putting our friendship on the line here by what comes up in your search result.
I don't want to get copyright.
One thing out of sort, we're gonna have to calling into this.
All right, I can show it here. This is on X, right here.
X.
He suplexed Rob Van Dam through the table.
Oh, he caught the edge of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see it right there. You see blood, but there's the gash. There's the gash. You
See,
can
and
see it.
if you just take that term "gash" to a different format, it's a totally different thing.
Oh gosh. So yeah, that was pretty freaking brutal, dude. It was like I saw
Oh
that
yeah.
and during the
Sparky
commercial,
plug. Oh yeah, I forgot Bob Holly used to be a fake NASCAR driver. Oh yeah.
but during the commercials they would put like a towel on his back trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. But I'm shocked they didn't stop the match with that because it was pretty brutal. It was I couldn't believe it. It was like that was the nastiest cut I ever seen on wrestling. I mean,
No, what's the worst one I ever saw? When Eddie Guerrero damn near bled to death. Maybe the worst one.
oh, bloodbath. Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
well, I seen John Cena when he fought against uh
well, hell,
JV.
half of Terry Funk's matches are guaranteed or worse. Uh, Mick Foley. I mean, hell, he lost a fucking ear, so
Yeah.
there's something. So
I want to bring up the picture of John Cena real quick
okay,
when he was all.
because I stopped saying, "Here's the guy." Oh,
Let
that's
me
great.
bring this one up. This is how bloody Cena got right here. This is right after he fighting the JBL. Oh, I guess it was Judgment Day 2005. But look, he's literally covered in blood. Like that is just
Hell,
insane. You don't see blood like that no more. I think that, and I think the Eddie Guerrero when he was all bloody like that too. But also, I think the last time it was really badly blood. It was I think it was from Brock Lesnar when half his face was bloody. After that, you don't get to see a lot of blood anymore.
see now, as far as John Cena goes, the other day I was on lunch and I was just scrolling through X because bored and got to do something. And they
Yeah.
were talking about what heel things could John Cena do to really
Oh.
emphasize. And
Oh yeah.
I didn't post this because I don't know why I didn't, but I didn't. But I think I know the best thing that he can do. And we're going to need The Rock in on this so they don't get canceled. But we're going to pull a Vince McMahon, what he did to John Cena. And you know what I'm talking about here. We're going to have John Cena or heel Cena go up to The Rock. What's up, my nigga? And just completely play it off, say it in heel ways, and walk away. Let the internet do its thing. He will be hated overnight. Like, don't say it in like a comedic way like Vince did, but my nigga, like say it really
Yeah.
mean, right? Like he's, being mad or whatever. I would buy the T-shirt immediately. Like, bravo, sir! Like you earned my $30. Here you go. I will take my John Cena T-shirt now. So,
Well,
like that would be amazing.
it's no longer $30. It's 35 because
Jesus
of
Christ.
Inflation.
Well, either way, if John Cena come out and says "my nigga" on TV, I will buy his T-shirt. So let's wait for it and see what happens. So we'll find out.
But people are asking for a bunch of obviously he can't come out with his own theme song no more. He gotta have some.
Oh no, he's got to do a complete 180. I mean, now John Cena heel turn is nowhere near as great as Hulk Hogan's. Anybody talking about that's an
No.
idiot. That doesn't even compare. But he's got to no merch. Well, you can't have no merch because they all have merch. But
Yeah.
they need to do their version of the NWO shirt. That needs to be the merch.
It's
Whatever. Yeah.
People are already figuring out the 3 words that he it has hustle, loyalty, and respect, and they put it they calling it lazy, untrustworthy, and disrespectful.
Yeah, no, that's the 3-word thing. That's got to go away. He's got to completely change character, like from Hulk Hogan to Hollywood. So, like,
Are you thinking he's gonna be wearing suits from now on?
well, I'm not. Part of the time, yeah, but don't most of them wear suits nowadays, anyways? It's not really a heel thing anymore. But it's got to be. It's got to be flashy. It's got to be gold, like maybe black and gold, which technically isn't that NXT colors or whatever.
Or
but,
black and white. Be black and white.
Yeah, but then you're just retreading NWO. I don't know. Gold for Hollywood. I don't know, something like that. But they can't just pump out every color of the rainbow John Cena t-shirts. Hell, they've already done that 3 times over already.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's got a color for every Skittle out there. There's a John Cena shirt to match it at this point. But you know, he can't have an individual like Hollywood Hogan had that one shirt of him with like the blue flames coming up beside him. He can do
Yeah.
something like that, but he can't do like a hustle respect thing. That doesn't work for if you want to be a real bad guy.
Well, someone already made the joke about this. I was gonna steal the joke, but imagine all those kids, all those Make-A-Wish kids spinning in their graves right now. Like, oh my god, that's fucked up. Because I mean, that,
If John Cena came out like no, John Cena comes out with a kid in a wheelchair, like as an entrance, and then he just kicks the chair over, just kicks it right in front of everybody, like just as a statement of like f them kids, we're done, like no more. That would be amazing. Obviously, it can be like one of the wrestlers' kids or something, whatever. That's the way you
yeah,
would have to do it. But how cool would that be to see, John Cena doing his, 12,000th Make-A-Wish, and then he comes out and just pushes a kid in a wheelchair over, walks to the ring.
yeah, like
Bravo. You had my attention, now here's my money, But yeah,
it'd be,
that would be fun.
it'd be interesting. It'd be funny. Like, yeah, he's definitely can't come in as just John Cena as his normal self anymore. He's gotta
Yeah,
be
like
like,
we don't need to see John Cena but wearing black shorts with a black t-shirt and hat. That's not gonna work. Like change it up. Maybe instead of jean
oh,
shorts, you're wearing wrestling gear, and something. I don't know. Just go
that's
complete opposite of what you were.
oh, that's fucked up, Pico. He says Cena tells a kid, "You can't see it here."
Oh no
That
no! John Cena wins a match on Raw. Like he cheats to win, right?
yeah,
And the same Make-A-Wish paused my idea of the pushing over the wheelchair kid on the ramp. We get a kid that's on crutches, so it's even more a sight. And after John Cena wins the match, the kid gets in the ring with him, and he does the pushover thing, and then he does the 5 knuckle hands thing, and then he says, "You can't see a cure, or you're gonna die." Just something very traumatic. Just go dark with it.
or hold on,
that'd be incredible.
or what about this? Or let's say, the kid's in on it, like
Yeah,
you have
of course, the kid's gonna be on.
no,
Yeah, we
no,
have.
yeah, no. I'm talking
Yeah.
about like he's like, in the reveal that he's like they're acting up like he's doing the Make-A-Wish again, and then like later
Oh,
on,
have
like
John come out and say, "Yeah," and be like, "I faked all those Make-A-Wishes." Well, what do y'all think
exact,
about that now, huh? Oh, that'd be
yeah,
great. I like
like
that.
you
Yeah,
like where the like backstage, like the kid
yeah,
on the
yeah,
chair, and then he walks in like into the like dressing room or something like that. Like you
yeah,
see him get up just fine. It's kind of like how one of those church on TV or those church
yeah.
revival where
Like he's one of them faith healers, like Benny Hill or whatever. Yeah,
yeah,
or Benny Hinn. Yeah, Benny Hinn. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
where like they get all those people who think they're sick or hurt, and then they're like they push it. Oh my god, he pushes them
I've been to
over.
one of them. My great grandmother was huge on them TV preachers. Like she was one of the ones sending the money and everything else. We went to one of them Benny Hinn's one time. You've never seen like I've been to rock concerts. I've been to all kinds of stuff. The level of the crowd was in a lightning atmosphere in one of those places. It
Yeah.
was nuts, man. It is crazy.
Oh, I had a ex girlfriend, and like I've never been to a concert, I mean, I wouldn't say I wouldn't want to, but I
That's
just
crazy. You've never
never.
been to a concert.
I just. I was that close to go to one, but you know it's funny what happened. Short. I actually won a contest on the radio,
Oh
and
yeah.
it's one of these. It's one of those contests where you have to guess the the theme song, and I was hearing it so many times, and they were chopping it up, and it was the theme song to Night Court. I was like, dude,
Oh yeah.
that's Night Court. So when I
Great show back in the day.
yeah, so when I was shocked how many people would call in and got it wrong. So I eventually took like 5 minutes out of my day just to call in, and I told the host like I don't even need the hints because I already know what it is, and I told them it's Night Court. I was like, oh, I when I told them I don't even need the hints, they're like, we have to give it to you. It's like okay, like it's Night Court, and I won a couple tickets to like I don't even know what it was because I was not like I was probably going to give the tickets away anyways, or maybe go to it. I was probably going to give the tickets to Melissa and have her friend go with her or something, or maybe go with Melissa. But hey, we got AJ.
What's
What's up,
up,
AJ?
everybody? Long
But
time no
Speaking of
see.
Detroit rejects themselves,
but hold on,
What's up?
let me finish
what's
this
up?
part real quick. So when I was supposed to get those concert tickets, this is right the beginning of
Oh,
the pandemic. So the concert was canceled, and they I think they sent me a call to try to give me the tickets, and I didn't bother following up because I'm like, okay, I'm like, how hard is it going to find these tickets? I'm not going to want to put that much effort. I just want to prove that I knew what uh, I knew the theme song to Night Court. Like,
yeah.
I was,
I won tickets off the radio. Well, I won a couple radio prizes throughout the years. One time I won tickets. It was just like I would be the fifth caller or whatever. So I won. I didn't even hear who the tickets were for. I just wanted to win concert tickets. Until I found out, I'm like, oh crap, I don't like this band. So I drove to the radio station like the next day, and I was like, can I get something else? I really don't want to go see them. And they gave me like a bunch of crap, like T-shirts and hats or whatever. I walked out with a bag full of crap instead. Like one of the employees, they kept the
yeah,
tickets. You know, I got fair value for it. So
that's cool. Like, I never thought I was actually ever going to do that because, but I was listening to the radio. It's like, I was
it
shocked that, like, I know it's an old show, but it was a great
was a
show.
good show back in the day. I
Yeah,
don't like the new night court. The new night court's not as good.
yeah,
I don't like
it
it.
was.
I tried
I,
it. I'm like, I'd rather watch that.
the only person who saves that show is
John
Dan.
Larroquette.
Yeah, he's the only
Yeah.
savior, and because he's hilarious, he's funny. That
And do you
everything.
know what famous horror film he opens with narration?
What?
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, really?
When you watch the original and the 2003 and the 2006 Texas Chainsaw Massacre films, there's an opening narration like Orson Welles style, kind of like on this day in 1974, blah blah blah. That's John Larroquette saying that.
Oh shit.
Yep.
See, I only really recognize him from that show and the other movie that comes to mind is he played the villain in Richie Rich, and after that,
I don't think I ever saw Richie Rich.
eh, you're not missing much. But after that, it was like I only recognize him from that show. I think he was on House at one point. I think it was.
I couldn't tell you. Now, I did watch a lot of House. That was actually a really good show, but
I
I don't
love
remember
House.
him being on there.
I
I
could be
didn't like
wrong.
the ending of. I didn't like the ending of House. I thought him like being in that house that's on fire. That was weird. I didn't like.
Yeah,
I wasn't a fan of it.
I predicted it was gonna end soon. Like, I was like, it's so red
Just
hot
like
right
Gene
now.
Hackman's life.
Oh god,
Right.
isn't that crazy though? Like, they said, I guess she died like a week before he did, and
Yeah, there. I don't know how I feel about that. I haven't. I haven't had time to really sit down and study all of that. It just. I don't know if it's me or if I'm just too poisoned by conspiracy theories over the decades, but something feels off with that. You know what I'm saying?
well, I mean, it's weird
Uh,
because I mean, when someone comes over and like, oh, he's dead, she's dead, and their dog's dead.
okay,
First
well,
thing,
here's the thing though. Like, okay, so she allegedly she died first, right?
yeah,
There were loose pills laying all over the floor in the bathroom.
yeah.
One of the dogs was let out loose, but it was still hanging around. The other two were dead. Is it like that correct, or do I
No,
have those numbers back?
no, one was dead, and I heard the one was in the kennel died, while the other two was
But there was
outside.
one dog that was just loose running around. He didn't run off or something.
I don't know. I well,
I don't know.
I know.
I need to sit down and study it more because I just know something feels off. I'm not saying like,
Yeah, of course it is.
I
I
don't
mean,
know,
come on, the
something.
murderer is among us.
See,
No,
honestly,
Casey. No, Casey gets no. Casey has no superpower.
Casey is
No,
the
no, no.
he did it.
Casey wishes he did it. Casey would. I go back to the last. This is on video footage for the rest of eternity. By the way, I went back and listened to y'all's last less than serious this past Sunday. By the way,
yeah.
Casey verbally states from his own fruition he never had superpowers. He never did any of this. He took this to. He says it himself from
I don't believe
his
a word
lips to
Casey says
God's
half the time.
ears. Right. But my point exactly. So how can you believe anything else? So the man is not superpowered. He's
He's a
just a fat
Jew.
little boy that likes to suck on dick shaped lollipops. That's all I know. That's fine.
This is true.
So,
I mean, it is funny that I get people still credit me for killing celebrities. Like
it's
I,
because back in the day it was such a big thing, but it quickly wore out its welcome. Is what it is.
but no, the first thing I thought when I heard all three died, I was either one or two things happened. I thought it was a Chris Benoit situation,
Yeah.
or carbon dioxide, and
See, I first thought carbon monoxide as well.
yeah,
But that whole thing with the daughters, have you looked into that at all? That's
I
kind of suspicious to me.
I heard something about that, but
Yeah. I think
they
that's what's throwing me off. I think with that, because with the one dog that was still there and alive, the door was left open and nobody, like, I mean, don't quote me on, like I said, I've lightly studied this. I haven't had time to do my usual deep dive before I present information, but I just don't think the official story is the truth, is all I'm saying. But I don't
well,
know.
they were saying that she died of something, some virus that had related to like mice or rats or something like that. I guess like she
Yeah. Well,
caught a
and
virus.
I will say, I find it very funny that he dies on the same day that the Epstein files were released in, or it's announced the same day. I do find that very suspicious timing. But
Well,
you know.
Well, I mean, they said he had dementia. So,
Right.
like,
But how do you how I find that hard to believe that somebody of his status, like, okay, if I knew I had a 95-year-old dementia ridden family member, especially a father, I'd be checking
yeah,
on them daily. You know what I'm saying?
that's true. I mean, God, like, she literally died for a week, and they proven she pretty
Yeah.
much
Well, yeah.
pro- proven she died on February 11th because
That's what I'm saying. Like, even if he's married with a wife who is well, if
yeah,
you're one of his children, aren't you making at least a call every other day?
yeah,
Be like, hey, how's dad? Is he remembering anything? Is he yada yada whatever? You're gonna do that with that kind of condition. I don't know.
yeah. Like, or like, I mean, hey, Dad, where the how's your wife doing? Oh, I haven't seen her in a week. Like,
Right,
she's somewhere around here. Like,
right. And then like for the daughters to be conspicuously like out and happy, like everything's fine. Like
yeah,
it feels off to me. Like there's something weird. The tie with coming out on the same day as that botched Epstein shit. Like there's so much that feels off. It's like I don't know. It's weird.
I haven't heard anything really about it besides he died. That's about it.
oh, it's
It's
weird
it's
because
worth looking into. It's worth like
I don't
if you've
have
got
time.
time to spare.
Hell,
But
I'm lucky to be
oh
on
no,
this
well
podcast.
it's the same reason why I haven't had time to do my usual tinfoil hat what thing. But
Well, shit. I
very
mean, it's
odd.
been like what 4 months since I've been on the podcast, Casey.
yeah, I mean
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
since like
you've been
December,
you've been working, and so it's like,
dude. I
and
worked my ass off.
I'm
like a lot of
I'm
times I
lucky to
don't.
get one podcast down a week. Hell, Thursday with me and Frank and Jeremy all had a big deal with American Werewolf. We were going to do a Gene Hackman kind of retrospective review where we all picked a Gene Hackman movie and reviewed it. I was going to review The Replacements, that football movie with
Oh,
Keanu Reeves.
I love that
Uh,
movie.
oh, it's a
The only
great
movie
movie.
I could think of is Superman. That's about it, off the
Oh,
top of my
dude,
head.
so many Unforgiven. So many things he did. So many good
I
ones.
would say the
But
other one I can think of is the one with Will Smith where he was the enemy of the state. That was a great movie.
Yeah, he was, but I mean, they went ahead and did it Thursday, but I wasn't even able to do that one. I'm lucky to get in one a week, and it is what it is. But whatever.
Pico brings up Dallas gets beats at the end of the replacement.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'm very aware. In all fairness, that art is or real life is imitating art now, so we're not much better. So
Oh. Well, I mean, at the time, I mean, God, that was just shortly after when Dallas had the run, right? I mean, this was before the 2000s.
well, the replacements came out in 2000, so it had been a few
Really?
years. Like Dallas was on the decline by the time 2000 was coming around. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they were still really loved. I mean, there was as
Oh, they're
much.
always going to be loved. They that was the beginning of the end. I guess you could look at it as retrospectively. But
Roger stuff.
either way, I like the movie, and I don't like the fact that it's a Washington team beating a Dallas team, but I still enjoy the
Yeah,
movie.
that's right. I was trying to
So
remember the
yeah.
team they were.
The Washington Sentinels, I believe it was.
Yeah, Sentinels, right? Yeah. Hey, you know what? That's actually better than the fucking Washington
It's a
Commanders.
thousand times better. It's who wants to be a commander,
They're
whatever.
always gonna
I
be the
mean,
Redskins. Let's be honest here.
well, they're always going to be gay in my opinion, but
That's
I have
true
a
too. I
skewed
mean,
opinion, so whatever.
But Sentinels at least sounds better than the Commanders. Commanders feels like they phoned it in. It's like, hey, let's think of like Why don't
They should have just
all-
stayed the Washington football team if they were going to be the Commanders. Like it's no better.
Right.
No, I
Like
agree.
what's the difference? You're still using the same W logo. It's they didn't put like Commanders in script lettering on the side of the helmets or anything. So
All they didn't even change colors. They still have Redskins colors.
Yeah, they've
Well,
had the
no, well,
same jerseys forever.
you're not going to change the colors because that's what the brand is recognized by. I mean, they're like, the Cowboys announced we're going to start wearing lime green. Like, it's not going to fit. You know what I mean? It's you
Right.
stick with your brand. But,
Right, because there's certain iconic colors, like you guys have your
right.
silver and blue. The
Well,
Raiders
yeah.
have
Could
silver
you
and
imagine?
black.
Okay, could you imagine
Pittsburgh
the
has
Raiders
black and
coming
gold.
out? Right. Could you imagine the Raiders coming out in Chargers colors? People would
Oh
riot.
fuck no, dude! Fuck
That's what I'm
that!
saying. Yeah,
Fuck
that's what I'm saying.
that!
It would not fit. You change the name, fine, but you at
Well,
least have to remain recognizable. You know.
Yeah, no, I
you
mean
can
that
change the
I
name.
agree.
I mean, when the Browns moved to Baltimore, become the Ravens, they completely changed. They're, I
Yeah,
mean,
but the Washington team is a lot more recognizable than fucking Cleveland. You know what I mean?
That's true. I mean, hell, they're trying to get a petition in Oakland to get the fucking name Raiders and logo back. So, and then they're trying to get
Yeah,
the
it's not going
Vegas
to
team to
happen.
switch it. They could. I mean, they're not like Green Bay
I
that
don't.
has a fucking the city
Yeah, but
owns the team, you know. But I mean,
I don't think Oakland. I don't think there's enough money left in that town to get it away from
no,
them.
it's
Though that's
fucking
like
dude, it's a fucking
you
shithole.
know. Well, that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Like the money that Vegas would be able to spend on attorneys versus Oakland. Like, come
Oh
on now.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
There's no
Yeah.
way.
The only way Oakland will ever get a team is probably make a new team.
They can't.
And
They can't. It's not possible. Why do you think the A's left the Coliseum? The Raiders left the Coliseum. Hell, the Golden State Warriors play in San Francisco right now. So I mean, it's like the
Yeah.
teams that city of Alameda in Oakland is fucking shit. It is what it is.
Yeah, that part of
The Bay.
there all of the money is on the San Francisco side. It's not
Mm-hmm.
on the Oakland
Yeah.
side. It's not gonna.
Yeah, because you got the blue collar, which is Oakland, and you have the fucking spoiled rich entitled over in San Francisco with all.
Right.
the money's either in San Francisco or LA.
Yeah, exactly. Which the Raiders run both LA pretty much and Oakland. Let's be honest.
But
Because the
I mean,
Chargers they belong in San Diego, just like the fucking Rams belong in St. Louis. Let's be honest here.
let me be out of touch. Isn't the Chargers in LA?
Yeah, but they were always the San
Yeah.
Diego Chargers.
Yeah. I thought for a second that they moved out of LA for a second because all
Yeah,
these
they play
teams-
at
No.
SoFi. over
SoFi.
there.
Yeah, SoFi.
Yeah.
but oh gosh. But no, I think if the Commanders should have probably had new colors. I mean, like maybe they should like get red, white, and blue colors. If anything, like they're in DC, so why not? If they're
What
gonna be
No, they can't call them the Patriots. Doesn't say something else.
no, I mean I just think the Commanders are the worst fucking names you could thought of. Like, I mean, it's so.
I still say they should have honored those poor Latino Americans that get mistreated, and they should have named the team the Washington Wetbacks. That would have been a tremendous. And instead of an Indian chief on the side of the helmet, they should have put a brown guy with a huge mustache and
Sombrero.
serape, a sombrero, maybe a donkey on the side of the helmet, like to honor that rich Latin culture that America has. You know, that could have been great.
Hey, well, the curtain that name would be racist, but all the stuff you would say like be just there. It's a stereotype, and I think people forget there's a difference between stereotypes and being racist. I
Well,
like,
see, people also forgot about this thing called comedy. You're not allowed to laugh at jokes anymore. You're not allowed to do those kind of things. So we can't
yeah,
have nice things anymore. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, that's
but
sad.
yeah, it's well, it's the woke culture. I mean, got
Well, I
like,
mean, let's be honest here. I heard Trump's trying to get rid of this woke shit. He
oh,
said
he
that in the
is.
State of
Well, it's
Union address.
see,
I,
but here's the thing though: whether Trump got rid of it or not, eventually it would have phased itself out in some shape, form, or fashion. This kind of
I,
stuff was
Right.
not going to last forever. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I think it's here to stay. I think
Well,
it's been.
I'm not saying it's completely going away, but eventually it would lose. Okay, Black Lives Matter didn't last forever. The hippie movement didn't last forever. The civil rights era eventually ended. Something new is going to come down the line and take its place. Like you get my point of what I'm saying.
Yeah. They all have phases and transitions.
All right.
I just
Well,
feel.
how important was Black Lives Matter until Joe Biden got elected that nobody talked about him ever again? Kind of funny how that happened. But
Yeah.
stuff like that. So,
Is that true? Pico
yeah,
said.
sure. Go look at it.
Pico, Pico
Oh,
said that Washington Redskin had the first pro athlete to die of AIDS.
well, it's because they're so gay up there. They couldn't help
That,
themselves.
that cannot be accurate. I guess
I don't know.
someone.
I don't know much about the Washington Redskins that much. They're not my
I
team.
just know they. I just know
I
they
know we
suck.
beat
And
them.
if you're a fan of them, you worship the devil. So
Oh,
that's
I
all I know.
Super Bowl
I guess.
15, we whooped them.
I
Hold
would
No, no,
on.
rather
no.
root
Super
for
Bowl
the.
18.
I would rather root for the gay fish over Washington. That's how far I
The
would
gay
go to hate.
fish.
Okay, so just saying.
Oh, I love that when I fucking made that custom jersey when you posted it up on here. That shit was fucking funny.
Okay, fish.
You
Like,
put a gun to
hold
my head and
Gay.
said, either put on a Raiders jersey and paint your face, or here's season tickets and $1 million to be a Redskins fan. I'm putting on shoulder pads and wearing black and silver. That's just the way that
on.
it is.
I mean, you can't go wrong with it.
You know,
It's fucking.
I would rather, you know, ugh,
Oh,
I,
ho- hold on. I got a
no
good
thank you.
question. A good question. You had to do one or the other. Text.
Okay.
You had to go to a Redskins game, or you
Ugh.
had to go to Philadelphia and go to a game, and you had to choose
I'll
one
go to the
or the other.
Eagles.
So basically, you're asking me which city do I want to go to jail in? Is what you're asking.
Yeah, exactly.
Because either way, I'm getting in a fight. I know how that's going to go. I'm going to go to Philly because they're just trash people that they deserve everything that they get because the Eagles can go to hell. So
Really
I think I'm
fun.
going to Philly.
I was 100% sure you're going to choose Washington because
No, there are three sports teams my top three. Washington is four. Number one is the Texas Longhorns because those faggots down in Austin blow me. Number two is the
3-0
Philadelphia
against them.
Eagles. And number three is the Houston Astros. And fourth is Washington. So that's that order. So
well, hold on. Why would you go to Philly though? You figure you would go to the Washington? Oh, I guess to cause more havoc in
yeah.
Philly.
Oh yeah. No, I would go to Philly. I would paint myself half silver and half blue and tell them to line up. Let's do this thing. I'm going looking for trouble. You know, I'm showing up with my attorney to go ahead and bail me out because of the damage that I'm going to do. I'm going to find that Rocky statue and I'm going to spit in his face and I'm going to say, let's do this thing. So that's how that's
I don't
going
know
Yeah, I
down.
mean, he's
where
not
they keep.
wrong.
I don't know. I think they keep the Rocky statue like at the bottom of the steps now. Like it's not.
Well, I'm gonna find it, and I might even dry hump it and put a Cowboys jersey on it just to really piss them off. Like, I'm gonna do something like that.
It's either that or it's in the museum. But I believe they have like a plaque where it has footprints and it says Rocky on the top of the steps.
Well, if it's out
Hmm.
anywhere public, it's gonna have a steaming fresh pile of shit after I get done with it. So, beside the point.
See, thing is, there are all. I mean, I love Rocky movies, by the way, but it's funny that
Well,
they.
obviously you like ECW too, so I'm shocked you're not an Eagles fan.
If you were an Eagles fan, we couldn't be
I'm just
friends, Casey.
saying.
Oh, true, but
Screams Philly right there.
but I'm shocked that they hero worship a person that's not real. That's
Right?
like hero worshiping Hulk Hogan for the.
They hero worship a fake person because they have no people of real value worth anything, so they have to have false idols. So it's not a surprise.
Yeah.
Like I I guess there might be a statue of Hogan. I mean, if they have a statue of the Ultimate Warrior, they at least should have one for for Hulk Hogan. But
They got a couple of them at his
yeah,
beach house or his beach shop.
actually, his beach shop looks very small. Like obviously it has a bunch of merch in there, but like
I
they
almost went to Hogan's Beach House there in Clearwater, Florida, whenever I went down there, but I didn't realize it was like 2 hours from Orlando and Daytona, so I didn't have time to get over there. Unfortunately, I wanted to go,
yeah.
but I didn't have time to get over there.
I mean that would be cool, but I've seen footage of it. It's so small, but they have like a
Well, it's
makeshift.
not just a gift shop. He's got like a restaurant and everything else over there. It's like literally right on the beach. I mean, the gift shop itself, yeah, it's not huge, but I mean, he has like a whole little place there.
Is it Pastamania? Are you gonna get your Hokaroonies?
I
You know
well,
what's
see,
funny is, so you know how it was in Mall of America, right? So I
Yeah.
guess
yeah,
they said it was like 10 years prior after it went under, and that because it only lasted like a couple months in '95. So they found like remnants of like the sign and like all this kind of stuff that they had that the Mall of America threw away. They just literally threw it away in the trash can,
oh my
and people
god,
or in the dumpster, and
I
people
would have been
actually
dumpster
kept it
diving.
as collectibles. Oh yeah, it's on YouTube.
It's why. Oh my god. Like that's a bad thing to and like like why would Hogan do that? Like
Money.
Yeah, money, dude.
well yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean
Bottom line, Hogan's money.
yeah, but the being hey, we're gonna have Pastamania. Like like it's horrible. It's a horrible fucking name.
Casey, I'm telling you right now, if I ever get famous, I am putting my name and picture on everything and milking that cow as far as it'll go
Yeah.
to those till those udders are so dry dust is shooting out of it. All right. If I ever get the opportunity to cash in that lotto ticket, I'm gonna have everything from condoms to lunch boxes to action figures to t-shirts to restaurants, everything. You're gonna be able to eat
Exactly.
Texas barbecue in 50 states. It's gonna be Texas barbecue places everywhere with my freaking picture on it. All right. That's how it's gonna go down.
Oh,
So
Exactly.
if you're
Think about it
gonna
this way, Casey. Think about
oh,
Kiss, the band Kiss. They literally
yeah,
have marketed everything that
Kiss
you can
has
think
toilet
of
yeah,
paper.
because
You
they
can wipe your
exactly.
butt with the Kiss logo, dude. They have everything.
Yeah.
It's great.
yeah.
They are like marketing genius. Gene Simmons will market anything with that. Why do you think he's fucking super rich and he's in the 1%? Think about
I'm
Oh
it.
getting
no,
the I'm getting the best Jewish lawyers to market me to the moon, buddy.
Well,
Like you
don't
just
get
wait and
Casey
see.
as a lawyer. He'll fuck you around.
Oh
no,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no. I'm talking to
No,
smart ones, not Casey Cotton. but you know what?
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on.
Oh my God.
If we, hold on, I want to talk about your text condoms. I mean, are they gonna be where the face, the tip of the condom is gonna be have your face on there? So, like,
Well,
What?
see, the text.
I want.
First of all, the text condoms. Okay. Like if you go to the store, you get ID for tobacco or beer, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be you're going to be profiled if you're a homosexual. You're not allowed to buy my condoms. That's how that's going to work. First of all. Secondly, my face is going to be right on the tip of it. So whenever it goes in the girl, I'm the one doing it. You know what I mean? That's how that's going to work.
That's why I would buy for. I would buy that condom if it has your face on the tip. It's like imagine the next girl I hook up with. It's like I gotta get my text condom. It's like, hold on, is there a face on the tip of that condom? Like, you're damn right. I g- like it's
See,
better, and I want the picture with your face, but with your sunglasses on it too. You know?
see, like I'm gonna even do like flavored kind. There's gonna be like a beer flavored, like a hot sauce flavored one. Just like different kinds of flavors instead of like strawberry and whatever. I'm gonna get creative with it because marketing more money. So if I ever get rich, you're gonna be able to buy action figures, T-shirts, lunch boxes, condoms, toilet papers, all of it. So it's all good.
Text,
Oh yeah.
Pico says text condoms are called I don't wear them.
Well, as if we learned anything from Austin Powers, condoms are for sailors. So
Well, I
say
mean, granted, God,
I
it's
put
been
I put
forever. I think it's been
what are you
forever
talking
since
about?
I wore a condom. I
Good girl.
mean,
Good dog.
luckily, I hadn't caught anything with all the women I've been with, but I
Your
had.
right hand or left hand doesn't count, Casey.
Oh, let me bring it. That's cute.
My dog.
Dougie.
You know
Oh
Is
yeah.
that Scout?
Yep.
that's a government
Is that a
animal.
government tracking device, dude?
Yep.
Say hi.
I
That's all you're gonna get. She's like, all right, I've had enough. Get me off camera.
I got my I got my surveillance watching me too.
See, but Casey, the difference in mine and yours is I've trained this one to be a killer and she will eat yours for lunch. There's the difference.
Oh, you
She's a
know.
good
Yeah,
girl.
yours is Chinese food.
Oh, I'm not gonna
Mine,
lie.
mine, all I have to give is one word and she's ready to be poised and attack. Such a good girl.
See, I
Excellent.
really think mine got to be a surveillance tracking because he has a white eye and brown eye, and I think that white eye
Is it
is
like UV lighting they can see? Is
yeah,
it like that? Well, is it like
yeah,
night vision and out of one eye or something? Yeah.
yeah.
There
Well,
you go.
that one brights up the brown eye, so it can record better.
Oh,
So
dude,
like,
we were in town the other day. It was me, her, and the old lady. Old lady went into the store to go food shopping. Me and her stayed in the truck. Well, she gets in the passenger seat, and this Mexican dude gets out of his fucking car, pops up because his car was lower than my window. Like you couldn't even see the top of his car. So whenever he stands up, she jumps up. I thought he pissed himself. Boy, it's the funniest damn thing I ever saw in my life. So it was hilarious.
I mean, what's shocking, a lot of times when Duke, when we get like a random noise outside or something, he'll bark a lot. He'll sound like he's like the baddest thing on the planet, but I open the door and he'll dash out. People are scared. Like, really, you're scared of a dachshund?
So he's all
Like,
bark and no bite.
Yeah.
like, I mean,
Yours is a good alarm. That's what yours is. Yours is like
It's pretty much a chihuahua.
right.
it's kind of like how, like my parents used to the old houses that they would have the sticker
Go
of
down.
this, a
Yeah, the
sticker.
beware of dog.
No,
That
they
time.
would have this the sticker of the surveillance system, but we don't actually have that. Is like you're
Oh
hoping
yeah,
that
yeah.
the sticker would scare them off. So this is my version of the sticker. Like like if anything happens, Duke will be like barking a lot. But like there's a couple times that like there's sometimes I'll walk him without the leash, and he's usually good. But sometimes I'll have to like look out so because he'll dash out there. But if it's late at night, I'll take the chance because he'll just go out and pee. But a lot of times, yeah, if he hears some noises, like I'm gone, he'll be barking. Or even I'm not on lately, I'll be on the shitter and he'll hear something and he'll be barking.
Oh God.
I would have
Casey's
to
gonna have
yell.
a Gene Hackman death. Like he's gonna be missing for a week. His dog's gonna be like running around in the hallway apartment. People be like, "What's that smell? Jesus Christ!" And Casey's gonna be mummified in the bathroom, like he fell like he falls in the tub, right? And like he can't get out or something. And that's how it goes. That's how it's gonna happen.
Did you know though? If you really think about it, dogs after a while, the owner is not feeding them. They'll end up eating the owner's flesh and eating the
No,
owner.
that's
It's
cats.
true.
That's not dogs. Dogs don't do
No,
that.
no, that's
Cats do.
dogs too. Yeah, they do.
I think dogs will
Oh,
If
do
a
it,
never.
but
dog is hungry enough, it will fucking eat its
I've never
owner.
seen it. I mean, I guess anything's possible, but I know that's more likely with cats than dogs.
yeah, that's what I heard is more of
Look it
cats.
Um,
up.
But
so I've seen dogs that, I mean, loyal to the. I don't know. Either way, but yeah, Casey's going to be found. A
Hell, you
week
put a
after he.
dog in a fucking cold basement and leave it alone. After a while, it's gonna fucking turn on anybody. It don't matter.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty little dogs that have been severely mistreated. I don't know.
Mm,
I love dogs. I can never mistreat a dog, but that's
nah.
just me.
me neither.
Humans, I could butcher the entire human race and never lose a wink of sleep. I couldn't hurt a dog.
Right?
Like I look at him a lot of times. It just like when Duke was hurt, or I think he was not feeling good and hurt at the same time. It broke my heart because I didn't have the money to take him to a vet. Luckily, I would give him like a half a Tylenol or half a ibuprofen,
Oh yeah.
and it would help him out for that day. Like like every time I noticed he was hurting, and luckily he got better, and now he's like running around. He's able to jump back in bed again. I think what happened is one day when I was gone, he was probably reaching for something on my nightstand, and he fell off the bed and hurt himself.
Well, that's what I felt so because my mom's got a wire hair terrier dog, tiny little old thing, and he was over here one day and he was playing with Scout, and like she wasn't being mean or anything, but she's a full size pit bull. Like she plays rough. Like I was watching them, making sure like nothing got out of hand or anything, but
Mm.
like he got under her and I don't know what happened. I don't know if he stepped on or if she stepped on him or what. I'm not for sure. But I heard like a heart first, that kind of thing. He came up with a limp or whatever. He was fine after a couple of days, whatever.
I told this story before, but this is when I was living with my wife's parents, and this is before we even got married. This is when I first moved up Pennsylvania. So this is during the winter in Pennsylvania, and
Tales from the Jews.
I think this is probably like 08, 09 ish, and so I was coming home from work, and I was wearing a hoodie, and I was heading towards mine and my wife's bedroom in the apartment, and I guess my brother-in-law. Well, I'm gonna say her brother because at this time we weren't married. So her, I guess her brother had a bunch of friends over, and her min pin, their min pin,
Mm-hmm.
was up, very like going crazy because he had all these friends over. So I'm walking down the hallway, heading towards our room. I didn't like hanging out with them because I just wanted to go to my room and hang out with my wife. And I was wearing my hoodie, had my hood up, and the dog dashed down the hallway, bit me on the ass, and
Well,
ran back.
it assumed. It assumed. See, this is one of those Trayvon Martin situations. It's your
Yeah,
fault for looking like a criminal. So, you shouldn't
yeah.
have looked like a criminal. Don't look like a jogger, and you won't get treated like one case. That's the rules.
Well,
Yeah.
I was wearing my hoodie with the hood up,
Were
dude.
you? Did you also
AJ,
have your pants sagging down and walking with like a grip, like walk kind of thing? You
no,
know. Ah,
AJ. I think you're having
What's
echoes
that?
coming from. I think you're
yeah, I
having
can hear the echo. I've heard it for a while. I didn't know who it was.
yeah.
Can you hear it now?
Uh, we'll see.
No,
Well, I was
hello,
watching
echo,
TV.
echo.
Nope.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Really? I don't hear it
Yeah,
now.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't hear it.
well, usually
I,
the person who has the echo doesn't hear it,
I can
but I
still
don't.
hear it.
Oh, hold on. Let me come back out. I'll come back in and come out. Hold on.
But
Like it doesn't do it every time. It just does it every once in a while.
it wasn't bad. But at the very end, it was starting to get real bad.
Yeah,
But no,
it's
I
fucking
was.
StreamYards, dude. What do you expect?
Eh, but I was wearing the Gene Hackman's doggy said, "Casey, close your legs." I'm sorry. When I'm laying in this,
That's what that smell was. I knew something smelled dead. It's Casey's legs were open.
see, the thing is, this recliner, I gets like I slouch over it, it's, it's comfortable, but I don't like sitting right up. I like hunched over.
My my recliner's the same way. If you look at it, there's an indent on the left side, like the back of the left sits back farther than the right.
Yeah,
Because like after I hurt my neck and my back, like that's how I always sit to be comfortable. So it's like permanently that way. Like I'm the only one that can sit in this chair now. I love it.
see, the thing is that we had two of these chairs at my mom's house, but I wanted to get both of them, but uh, it was just the apartment's not big enough for it. And actually, really, like I could take out this chair and be still like just have enough room. I have to kind of walk around this chair and the collection to get to the kitchen, like because of
Well,
like
you know, Casey has the most important stuff widely available. It's not food, it's not water, it's in fucking video games. All right, that's all that matters. Casey just wants to, as long as he can get to Miss Pac-Man, he don't need, a sandwich. So it's all that
oh,
matters.
I can get to Mickey D's, you know.
Well, yeah, he can
Yeah.
get to. Well, to be fair, you DoorDash more than you do any cook, I imagine. So what's the real harm?
I don't do as much DoorDash anymore. I'll do it like every once in a while, especially after I get paid. But I try to get some stuff.
Now, do you have like McDonald's and Sonic just take money out of your check every week ahead of time, just so you can pull up and not have to pay?
That'd be hilarious. It's like a direct deposit.
Yeah, just like $100 a check to McDonald's and Sonic, so
Oh,
the money's already there. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's I should. But God, dude, yeah, that DoorDash is killer, dude.
Hey, dude, I'm
But
the same way. I go to Whataburger. They know me, but they know my face. They know my name. They know my order. I
mhm.
don't even have to say anything when I walk in. Hey, Tex, blah blah blah. We're cooking it now. Can I get the same thing every time? Like it's just the way that it is. So,
Is that better?
creature of habit.
I can still hear it a little bit.
I can still hear it.
Oh, I don't know. I have
It's,
no
dude, it's
clue,
probably
dude.
StreamYard's bullshit. Probably doesn't.
It probably is.
Hold on, do you have like the stream up and you're listening to it at the same time?
No, dude, I don't have anything on.
Hey, I'm gonna go out and see if it's made just to be curious. Tell me if it changes.
No, it's not as bad anymore though.
What? No, I mean,
It's okay. I mean, earlier was bad, but now,
really?
like, yeah, I can still kind of hear it, but like right
Oh.
now, I don't hear it. I think, yeah, I can hear it a little bit, but it's not as bad.
Well, I'm streaming
But
off my phone, so it's like,
it's probably like Tech said. It's probably StreamYard. I mean, StreamYard is a shit.
Did that change
So
anything?
it's from
Uh.
AJ's side.
Uh,
But it's not as bad. It was
Who gives
getting
a
bad,
shit?
but it's not
what
as
about
bad.
now?
But gosh, I was gonna bring something up, but I forgot. Oh yeah, guess what? I actually had to recently sell a few things because
Oh yeah,
I needed a few bucks. So I was
I
at
heard
the
that.
game. So this past week I actually got recognized from someone. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I wasn't trying to be like, oh, like I try not to really like, hey, this is my channel or anything, but I guess the guy found out because I was taking pictures and record stuff at this game store, and I guess he tracked me down a little bit, but came.
Stalker.
Did he hit on you?
He's a good dude. He's good. He
Did
happens
he
to
try,
work at.
Casey? Casey, did he try to molest you? You can tell us it's okay.
Yeah, he did. And I let him do it for some McDonald's.
Oh, but no,
Hey, if you're getting noticed by video, you should have flipped that into like, hey, how about some discounts and store credit, buddy? I'll promote your store. You know what I mean?
yeah, you know what? I can't do that. I'm like,
Shoot,
I'm
I
sure
would.
I'm sure if I go, the next time I go down there, he would have no problem if I record down there.
I'd be like, hey, I'm at John's video game store. You know, look at the selection. You know, whatever.
Are you a local celebrity in your small town?
Well, being a celebrity in Oklahoma is like a
Oh.
crackhead in Detroit. You know, I mean, it's
That's
yeah.
true.
That's like the same level of important. You know, there's like five cool people from Oklahoma. Casey's not one of them. So
Casey's not one of them. What JR is?
Like I said, like he brought up, it's
yeah,
like
you've
he
got
said,
Jr. You've got Cody Canada, the lead singer from Cross Canadian Ragwood, one of my
Mark
favorite
Brooks.
bands. Stony LaRue. You know, there's a few of them, but you know, it's for the most part they're a very forgettable people.
The movie Twister.
But here's the thing, like he said that, like I was trying to not make a big deal about that, and he's like, you're a big YouTube star. Like, oh, I wouldn't say that, you know, like there's people who even under like 80,000 subs channel like 8-Bit Eric says he's not a YouTube star. I'm like, I think when you hit like 80,000 subs, yeah, you are.
See,
But
this is where you need a good marketing head. Be like, all right, Casey will wear one of your shirts on stream. Uh, he won't get dipping sauce on it from his McNuggets. We'll make sure that he does it. He will promote your store. He will shoot videos here for X number of discount, X number of store credit, blah blah blah. You need a good agent here now. Step in it.
oh, it sounds like you
Yeah,
could be my
you need
agent.
a good Jewish,
Yeah.
good Jewish
Well, you
lawyer.
know, I could do it. I mean, for a fee, of course. I'm not doing it for free. You know, it's going to be work here. But you know, I'm not going to say I come cheap, but I'm worth the money. You know? It's fine.
ASS says, now, Casey, be honest. It was a dude from truck stop that you see every week to get so pipe. Now,
Exactly.
it was just
It's like homeless Jim.
no.
Hey,
See, the
now
thing,
Hobo Jim has morals. He likes his empty refrigerator box behind the 7-Eleven with the tarp over it so the rain doesn't ruin it. He has standards, by God. He don't pimp himself out like
the thing was, actually what it was. I was selling Game Boy games and Game Boy Advance games, and I had a Game Boy Pocket in its case, and I was like, you know what? I need the money. And I already played those games, and some of those games I wasn't even planning playing again. So I was like,
that. Yeah,
look,
I
I
was going
rather
to ask you. Okay, cause the Game Boy Advance, the one that came out right after Game Boy Color, the one that was
yeah,
like the one that was longer.
yeah.
I was looking on eBay. How do I know if which ones are good and which ones are not? And what's a good
Uh,
price on?
Actually, I think the pricing I had to get with you, but I think one of the better ones is the ones I think it's called Game Boy Advance SP because they open up like a flip phone,
Well,
and they
yeah, but I specifically want that one because that's the one that I had. Like I'm
oh
like looking for like nostalgia, like specifically that style and model. Like because I was looking on eBay, I'm like because it keeps showing like tested and verified, and it throws some bull crap out at me that I didn't
yeah.
understand what it was. I don't want to spend money on one and have it be a dud or a fake. Like, how do I know
I wouldn't go
if they're
to
good?
anywhere on
Uh,
eBay. Your best bet is go to a
Well,
retro gaming shop.
Well, see, that's what I
well,
thought, and that's the second part of the question. Like, if I do go to a store, what kind of pricing, like to your best knowledge, should I be ballparking?
I would have to look at the item because I the only the only reason I play some Game Boy Advance games, I'm usually not a handheld person. The only reason I play those is because I can play them on my Retro Freak and have them
Right.
played on the big screen. So like, and I was like, but as the Advance, I don't know. I mean, I assume like $100 ish because
Would that
because
be like top end price or beginning negotiation? Like, where are we dealing?
some places are negotiable. I mean, I don't. Some places are no, or some places are just like that's our prices. Like they'll put some of them would probably
Because
work with you.
because I know there's like 15 different Game Boys that are out there, but like that specific model is the one that I had, and I would like to have again for a few specific games that were made back then. But I was looking on eBay and I didn't know like I don't want to. I mean, I don't have the money to spend right now, anyways. But
Well,
when I do, I don't want to buy something and like get screwed, basically.
oh, do me a favor. If you find me a picture of that one, I could probably look it up and see if I can find
Yeah,
something.
I'll send you kind of the general info. Like I said, I'm not buying
Yeah.
right now, so like don't go out of your way looking for it immediately or anything. Like you know,
But
if you could, just kind of give me a ballpark of price, like give me a ballpark of price for what I should be looking for, and how do I know if it's good or not? Because I know there's a lot of fake games out
like Costanza saying on his channel that he posts super expensive ripoff graded games. Well, the
See,
thing
that's what I'm
is,
worried about. Like, because like with action figures, I can tell you
mm,
what's real and what's not just by looking at it, like just from eyeball. But I don't have the video game experience. That's why I'm
well,
coming to you. So
there's a website I usually use. A lot of times I tie it in the videos I do now. Like I'll post the game and what the game goes for on PriceCharting.com. PriceCharting.com takes eBay's sales and average them, and they keep record of the sales, and I think they also do it for Amazon, but they pretty steadily on the nose what the games and accessories and consoles what they go for. So
Right.
there, that I go pricecharting.com for that, because if you go eBay, it's not like back in the day where it's a auction site. It's most likely where you go to buy it nows now. It's
Well, like I
not.
said, with like I'm a veteran when it comes to like the action figure market. I get
Yeah.
most of my stuff from eBay these days because the majority of the stuff I want, if it does come from the store, it gets bought up by scalpers so quick I can't get to it, and
Mhm.
I have to play that market. But listen, I'm not big into the video games. There's a few I would like to have. I'd like to have a good N64, and I want one of those Game Boy Advance because I had both of those systems and I played the hell out of them. But
Well, see, as N64, I mean, I don't know how much those are going for. I wouldn't doubt those probably 150. But now they're
I've seen them in the ballpark from like 125 to 150.
okay,
but they're coming out with a clone console that soon that'll play them in
yeah, but I don't.
a
If I'm gonna spend the money, I want the real thing. You know what I mean? Like,
well, it's the real thing, unless it comes from a company called Analog. They're good, but the problem is now you're paying for uh they they're a pretty good company, but they're very expensive. So I would suggest the real N64, and if your TV only takes HDMI, just get an adapter.
oh no, I found. I went to the Goodwill the other day and I found a old like square heavy ass. No, well, not like the square wooden TVs, but like those big black plastic ones with like the curved back that
Yeah,
came out like right afterwards. I found
yeah,
it and I got it for like $20. The thing works like
nice.
a top. Yeah,
Dude, those
it's like a 36-inch screen or something. It's a big, like a good sized television. So
another thing.
I've got it, and basically what I'm going to do is eventually I want to get like because I've got a good working VCR for all my VHS tapes that I need to dig out, and I want to get a good N64, preferably like a refurbished old one, because I want all old equipment. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm kind of going for. So
You know what? Those tube TVs are going to get more expensive over time, because for
well, that's
for
why
a
I got
while.
this one when I found it. Yeah,
Because see, the thing is, for a while you couldn't get rid of them. Now, like, we're at that point where like they're not common to come by anymore, but there's not a demand for them. But there's going to be a demand for them later on. So we're in that period, that grace period, that
right.
it's before it's going to be wanted, because
Yeah, like I
there's
said, I've got the television. I want the Nintendo. Like, I don't want a lot of N64 games, but there's like 4 or 5 that I really want. There's a couple of the NASCAR games, a couple of the wrestling games, whatever. But and then I want the Game Boy Advance because I had that as well, and I played that for a long time till it was wore out. So,
well,
but
TSS says the Game Boy Advance generally priced between $90 and 130. So
it's
that's
not bad.
about right. That's about what I saw too. I
I could
agree.
probably talk my way to get a couple games with that as well. I'm pretty good at working my way into stuff.
And Stanza says
So I,
don't go to DK Oldies. I guarantee if you didn't bring that up, he would never went to there
no,
anyway.
actually, I
Because
was a guy. I went to a video game store the other day that told me don't go to them either. Apparently, they're shysters. Uh,
well,
they like to fuck
yeah,
people or something.
yeah. They are pretty much because one, they refurbish. All they usually do, they'll check if it runs. They
Right.
nowadays they're starting to clean them. They're doing a little bit better, but they're paying. They're making people paying premium price for barely any work on it. So,
Right.
like, that's why I prefer really buying from game stores, like from
Well, that's
mom
what
and
I
pop
was
game.
thinking was because I was looking at even like the Game Boy games, and they would say like verified and tested, give out something, and I'm like, well, I'm not buying like a NASCAR collectible or an action figure that I would normally buy. Like I don't. This doesn't have any electricity going through it. I know that I can set this on the shelf and it's going to work. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
buying something that this is a different kind of collectible that other stuff comes with it. And I mean, I'm not gonna invest the money like you do into a video game collection. I want like a very small, very selective things because I don't have a lot of video game experience in my life. Like I didn't spend a lot of time with them, so I just want certain ones. Probably
Yeah,
best to
but you
buy
gotta
in
be
person.
careful
Is
though
what I
too,
think.
Tex, about the reproduction games.
Right. Well, that's
'Cause,
what
you
I'm
know
talking
they.
about.
yeah, that's another thing. Like it's aren't like N64. You don't really have to worry about too much about reproduction games. They there are some out there. They're
Hmm.
more likely to be for Nintendo NES and Super Nintendo and the
Oh
handheld games. Handheld games like God, like the Game Boy game line, even up to 3DS has you have to worry about reproduction games,
yeah. Right.
but or fake games. But uh, that's the thing that sucks when in this hobby, like you have to know what you're looking at because if you don't,
Well, and that's the thing. I'm not even a novice. I'm not even on the scale. I'm just like I'm the guy that's getting to almost 40 and is getting nostalgic of the crap that I played as a kid, and I'm wanting it again. So I don't want to get sucked into
He's
or
caught the bug.
buying the. Well, it's just not even. It's like I've been buying a lot of uh like action figures that like I had as a kid, but like the new versions. So I'm kind of
Mhm.
like
Yeah,
in that
yeah.
period of life. You know what I mean? So
At least
you
you're
know.
not like fucking these fucking Zoomers that are sitting there trying to fucking recreate the '90s when they weren't even fucking born.
Oh no! Well, it's like the other day. Like I don't even know how I got this, but I had a GameStop gift card. Like I was digging through my old wallet. I've never shopped at GameStop hardly in my life. Don't know how I got it,
Don't go
but I
there.
was like,
Don't go there.
well, I had it. I'm like, well, might as well spend it, right? And
Hmm.
I found Hasbro remade some of like the Star Wars action figures, and they remade the Darth Maul figure like the one that they released from
In
Episode One,
'99.
but
Yeah.
in a larger scale, in like a 6-inch scale or whatever. So I put it with my original Darth Maul figure, because I mean I had to use the gift card or whatever, but I thought it was really cool to find. So been buying shit
Didn't
like
it
Huh.
look? Didn't it supposed to look pretty bad?
what
The Maul figure.
the new
Uh
one.
oh. Here comes a rant.
No, no, just saying. If the no back in the day, I guess no. I guess I'm
No,
wrong.
no, no, like it didn't look bad. It actually looked really good. It was just the arms on it were really weird. Like the way they bent, the way they were shaped were odd. But no, it looked just fine.
Okay. You know
I'm
what?
shocked
I
Darth
was
Jar
thinking
Jar
about
yet.
that. I'm
Do what?
like that one looks pretty
I said I'm
badass,
shocked you
right?
didn't make a Darth Jar Jar yet.
Oh, see, I actually do have a plan to take. I'm going to buy a Jar Jar Binks action figure and a Darth Sidious figure and swap the head so I have a Darth Jar Jar. That's actually my
Why don't
plan.
you just switch the fucking if it has the cloth robe, just fucking switch them out.
So, move, dog. Damn.
Oh,
But
let's
yeah,
see.
no, because click on that first picture.
This one
Yeah, click on that. Make that
Ah.
bigger.
on. Okay, go to this
Hush.
one.
Yeah, that's basically the figure I got, but it didn't come with the cloaked head. It came with just the regular spiked head is the one that I got, and it looks exactly like the figure that they released for episode 1. But like I said, I picked it up because I mean it's my favorite Star Wars character. But yeah, it was pretty cool.
I kind of like. I was thinking about this fake one, but it's not this one I was thinking about. There's a channel that does a bunch of fake toys.
Quit. Yeah,
And
no, that's what I'm saying. I can spot fake from real when it comes to action figures, especially in public. Like a couple now, like here recently, NECA released the 50th anniversary of the Texas Chainsaw Leatherface figures. But prior to that, the prices for that original figure was like $50 to $100, and you could go online and you could go on like eBay and buy it now for $30, and it was a knockoff from China. And basically what happened was somebody over there got the mold and they even reprinted the box. And the easiest ways to tell it was fake was, one, the box was discolored pretty good. And then the way that the feet were printed, like it was a dead giveaway. And so many people got scammed by that. It was really bad.
Yeah, it's like
look at this
the
one.
Robert the Cop.
Look at this one. This is from Ashton YouTube channel, but he has a fake Star Wars toy. This is supposed
Oh
to
yeah.
be the Star
Oh, there's
Star
tons of them,
Wars
dude.
Star Wars Black series, but instead of
Yeah.
Star Wars, it's Star Wars.
Well, the Black Series is the new line that Hasbro has been putting out over the years, of all of the old Star Wars stuff, and then of course they have like the old 3 3/4 figures, the retro one that they still make. Then they've got the 6-inch ones, which is the black figure.
Look at C3PO. Look at his brown butt. I
See,
didn't
there
know he had.
shit himself.
Look at that. I'm like, hold on. He has brown sections. Like he's got brown shoulders.
That's because the
and his
plastic that they used was not good quality and it discolored, and they used crap paint on it. That's what that is.
It's the Mexican version.
I seen really like from Action's YouTube channel. Like, oh my god, like he has some crazy bad ones. Like,
Yeah, there's
oh, there's one right here.
dude, I know collectors that exclusively only collect fake figures and stuff. Like people that have whole collections just of bad knockoffs, and it is the most amazing collection you've ever seen. It is absolutely hilarious.
Why would you waste your money on something like that?
Well, it's a hobby. I mean, at the end of the day, it's if it's what you made the money, do with it what you enjoy. It's it's
Right?
just kind of funny, what they do with it. I mean, like me, once I get a figure, nine out of 10 times I take it out of its package because that's the way that I roll. But very few people make money on this stuff, like reselling or whatever.
Oh yeah.
More often than not, if you're buying it, keeping it in a box, you're never going to get a return. I've had maybe 4 or 5 figures that I've bought over the years that I resold for more money. But
The hell? Let's check this.
Galaxy Empire.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's some crap from like a dollar store. That's what that is.
What the
Darth Vader on a
fuck?
motorcycle.
It's Star Night.
Is that a R2D2 motorcycle?
No, it's a police
No, it's just a
motorcycle.
cop.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's Darth
that's
Vader
hilarious.
on a police motorcycle. And then you come
That's
down
amazing.
here. You
Oh my
have Yoda.
god.
It's like a Chinese Yoda. He's
Wise
got the
puppet.
Fu Manchu going. That's great.
And then right here it says door ladder for Darth Vader, I guess. Oh,
Right.
hold on. Then right here it
Karate
says
farmer.
karate farmer. Oh
I guess
my.
that'd be Luke Skywalker.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
That's
they
a
have
good
a
point.
website right there.
That's hilarious.
Space Power
Space
Warrior.
Power Warrior. That's like, please don't sue us, Lucasfilm or Disney now. But see, he's got silver boots and a blue chest piece and a silver belt. Disney. He's completely different. See.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and silver stripe on the helmet. That's
See,
totally.
that's like down here. If you go to the Mexican flea market, that's the kind of crap you would find for like a nickel because nobody wants it. Like the only people who had those toys were the Mexican kids. That's how you knew.
I mean, this is okay. I don't remember that ship of Star Wars, but there's an X-wing right there, and then you
But it's
got,
not Star Wars.
but you got the Death Star in the background.
But
And
yeah, it's hilarious.
isn't that the robot from God, was it the
Lost in Space.
Yeah, Lost in Space.
Yeah.
They totally just cropped it and put it into there.
Danger, Darth Vader, danger, Darth Vader.
Oh, then
Oh,
you
it's
got this,
great.
and then you have Star Wars, the Chinese DVD collection. Oh my God!
Stabur Wars. Oh, that's great.
Look
I would actually love to have that fake Yoda. I would leave that in package on the shelf. That is tremendous. That would be front. That would be like hanging above the television with the LED lights shining on it. So you would clearly see my Star Wars figure. That would be great.
Star Wars.
Star
How-
Wars. Star Wars.
I was gonna say I want to look at stuff like this, but well, luckily I
Knock off
stumbled
Boba
across.
Fett. There you go.
Trying to look at the
It's
price.
Boba Fett.
Jesus.
Choking hazard. I guess he can swallow his gun then. Oh, see,
Jesus.
there's Action's channel right there. Oh yes, a bootleg DVD of Star
Dude,
Wars.
I tell you what, I love going to, well, not anymore, but back in the day, we would go down to Mexico. You could buy so many movies in English that weren't even out yet on good cuts of DVD back in the day. Like, y'all remember the Constantine movie with Keanu Reeves?
Yeah.
I had that movie 6 months before it ever came out in theater on DVD at my house. It was amazing. Like, it was so cool.
Look at this one. So, you got Star Wars Episode 1. You have
That's the Darth Maul, yeah.
but it says Dennis right here.
And it's on
What?
and the picture on the card is Padme on the left. So yeah, there you go.
And then you got Qui-Gon Jinn. It says, but
See,
right here
and
it says
it's not even
Qui-Gon.
just that, but his robe is completely discolored. Like the Darth Maul figure itself looks okay, but the Qui-Gon, the coloration is completely off. Like, oh my god, that's hilarious.
Tell me, get close. Oh, and there's little
There's
girl. I guess. I
there's
guess.
there's a miscolored once again horrible repaint of that. Like and 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 why is Padme on every card?
I
It's like
don't
they only
know.
got one.
It says little
Well,
girl,
Natalie
but
Portman was sexy. I mean, let's be honest here.
Oh yes, no arguments here.
I wish we can zoom in on these. You got
Minus the one time when she shaved her head, then it was fucked up.
Mace Windu.
Oh,
I mean,
even bald, I still would have knocked the bottom out of it. I wouldn't have cared.
look at this one. You got God. What's his character?
We could have shaved each other's heads for all if I could have
Oh,
one
I
more.
fucking
I'm
forget. I mean,
fine with it.
What's
Tex
that?
is a big episode 1 fan. I'm not. I'm more of episode 3.
Star Wars episode one, and well, I'm a prequel nerd. That's my favorite Star Wars. But yeah, I dig it.
Really?
Star Wars prequels. All day, every day. I'm fine. I don't need to watch any of the others. I'm good.
Girls are not. I think one gets too much hate. It's two is not that good.
It's because it came out so like, well, it was like what 13 years in between or so. No,
Yeah.
yeah, something like
Well,
13
see,
years from like
when did
Return of the
Jedi come out? 88? Isn't that when Jedi
83.
came out? Was it
83.
83? Yeah.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, and episode 3 was actually pretty good. So
Oh, episode
Yeah, I
3 is
loved
tremendous.
episode
I
3.
love.
That was my favorite.
I think I still say episode 3 is the best Star Wars movie ever made, but I'll die on that.
Well, besides Empire Strikes Back, yeah.
I
would
think
have
it's
to
better
say
than
that.
Empire, but I know I'm in the
Really?
minority on that. Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean, yeah, I mean, no, like I can agree like that. I mean, episode 3. Let's be honest here. You see Vader becoming Anakin turning into
Now-
Vader, and then you see everything. Him killing Padme and the babies and all that. I mean, it's pretty
Now, I
cool.
will give the criticism of Anakin very quickly goes, "Oh, I'm a good guy," to "Oh, let's kill children" within like a second. But besides that, I still think it's the best Star Wars movie ever.
Yeah, it is pretty badass.
Look what TSS says. No, Star Wars. Episode 1 with the he kept on
Well,
putting
see, if you look on all those on all those knockoff figures, that's what it's going to say. It's going to be close enough where you recognize the word, but not actually tell you what it is. There you go.
But
Yeah, no, I loved the prequels. Like I said, I know most people died by the original trilogy. Be real honest with you, if I never see them again, I'm okay. They're fine. I love the prequels. Those are the ones I grew up with. I know most people prefer the originals, as they should. That's fine. But for me, I'm a prequel guy. I got to see all of them in theater. I remember going to Taco Bell when episode 1 came out, and you could get the large drinks that had the character toppers on top of them that were the different Star Wars characters. I still have my Darth Maul one, by the way.
Hell, you can go to the
I-
fucking gas station and get the whatchamacallit, the R2D2, the trash can.
Yeah,
It would have all the
Yeah,
fucking
that's
Mountain
what I'm
Dew
saying.
Pepsis in them.
It was.
Yeah.
They were. Hell. The only Jeff Gordon NASCAR I have is the Star Wars Episode 1 Pepsi sponsorship that he had on his car back in '99. I have that diecast as well. Like I've got so much Episode 1 stuff, but I love it.
Next, look at this. So you got what was it? Watto with red
Watto,
head,
yeah.
with red head, with
Wow.
detachable wings, and I assume this is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It's supposed to be
here,
Obi Wan. See that the coloration on that Obi Wan cloak is not bad. It's similar to the original, but it's just like, oh my god, these are just like horrible knockoffs. Like
but-
even like the picture that even like the picture that they used of Darth Maul
yeah,
on the top left of those packaging, it's like they just it's like it was scanned from like an office copier, and that's what they
Yeah.
went with. Like it looks bad. It's like a bad Xerox, you know.
Yeah, they like you said, they use Paname on every
Yeah,
one
yeah,
of them.
Padme's on every one, and they got like little
What
girl
did
on
you call
Anakin.
her, Casey? No, what did
Isn't
you
it,
call her?
isn't it Padme?
It was Padme.
Yeah, but the way he
Just
said
one
it
A.
the first time was fucking funny.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Just one
look
A,
at this.
Padme.
So
Is
look at
this
this
Buzz
one.
Lightyear?
Yeah, you got Buzz Lightyear with Darth
What
Maul
the fuck?
So
C3PO.
this is a case of one of these things is not like the other. This is what this is.
I
I mean,
guess
it's
you
all owned
throw.
by Disney, so it makes sense.
Right.
Oh, they,
Unfortunately.
they probably like, hey, throw Buzz Lightyear in there so they can't say we're using Star Wars likeness. Like,
Yeah,
even
let's just
though.
get sued by Disney twice. Let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just double down on this. Let's go ahead and ruin our everything.
Oh, you got Space
Space
Wars.
Wars.
Hey, you know what? That's completely different. I mean,
Ghost 3600. I've seen those knockoffs that have Avengers. Yes, I've seen those like even at Dollar Trees. I don't know if y'all have Dollar Trees where y'all live, but I went in there one
yeah.
day and it
Oh
was
yeah,
like
they got many of them.
superhero pack. And it had like a knockoff Iron Man with a Batman and a Hulk and a Superman. And it's like you're just asking for so many lawsuits. Like if y'all sold any of these, Warner Brothers and Disney would be so far up your butt you wouldn't be able to breathe. Like that is crazy. Space Wars.
Oh, there's Watto again with a green head with a white face.
With a white
Like,
mouth, yeah.
why would you want to play with Watto, by the way?
Well,
Like,
it's not the kids that are buying these; it's the adults that like don't really know what they're buying, but their kid likes Star Wars, and they're
yeah.
like, "Oh, hey, here's Star Wars figures for $3, and I can get 4 of them." This is who buys this stuff,
That's true. I mean, you get 4 of them, and
right?
like there's Jar Jar. I guess that's the
Well,
Emperor.
let's be real. If you're a parent of a child and you don't have a lot of money, right? But you want to get your
Yeah.
kid the new Star Wars thing, and let's say that was even $10. You go, holy crap, that's 4 figures for $10. Over at Walmart, they're $9.99 a piece or whatever. You'd buy that up in a minute. And you take it home to
Oh
little
yeah.
Johnny, and he's like, "What is this?" And then whatever.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. You just give them the toys. You don't give them the package because they're like, what the
Well,
hell? Space. You open
I
it up,
was
you're
like,
ready for it.
I was young, and this was right when, like right before my dad got a real good job, and my mom was working at the time, and she come home one day, she goes, "Hey, I bought you something." And it was like this knockoff GI Joe. It was like Army Man, whatever, right? And it was the
Yeah.
old school style GI Joe that had the rubber band inside of it that held the legs together and everything else. I didn't even get like she handed it to me, and as I'm taking it out of the packaging, I hear a pop. I'm like, "Oh, what was that? What's going on?" I take it out of the package. The thing falls apart as I'm opening the package in the floor. It just like the legs came and then the torso and like the head was like the only thing left in the bubble. It was bad.
I guess this is a bouncy house with a cartoon version of Star Wars
Yeah,
characters.
well, that's the Clone Wars cartoon, is what that is.
Oh, I never. Is there the legit thing?
Yeah, no, yeah, the Clone Wars cartoon came out after the prequels. It it was actually made by George Lucas. It takes place in between episodes 2 and 3 to kind of connect everything. It's actually a pretty good watch.
Oh God, they have Star Wars: The Force Awakening bouncy house. Or
Oh yeah,
castle.
we don't talk about Disney. Disney Star Wars is for the gays. We don't talk about that.
But like, what's with the Star Wars and bouncy castles?
Well, hey, much like Kiss, Star Wars has put their logo and people on everything.
Oh my God! Oh,
That's hilarious.
there's their number if you want to hire them.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I
let
don't.
me Let me make sure to get them out here for the kid's birthday.
dox them.
Right?
This,
That's
this
hilarious.
stuff like this is hilarious. Oh my god!
Does Darth Vader have
Oh.
a yellow curved blade and a gun?
I don't know
Oh,
what that is. That looks like some
looks like a
kind of,
gun or something, like a blaster maybe.
but that one looks like nunchucks. I
Wow,
love this.
that's
Oh
great.
my god!
Hey, let's use Darth Vader, but cut eyes and a mouth hole. That's basically what that is. And take away his cape. Is what that is.
Oh, they took his cape away, but the top part of the cape, but the bottom part
They
is still
they
there.
completely the whole point. Like they still use the sculpt of the breathing mask. Like you could see the triangle on the face, but they just
Yeah.
flesh color. That is hilarious. Oh,
I
that's just
lo-
bad.
Oh, what the fuck? There is that one figure with that. What? It's like a long rod with a red tip. Is that like a
Is
maybe
that Darth
one of
Vader's
those?
pimp cane or something?
I was thinking one of those taser canes. That's like,
Oh yeah. That's hilarious.
oh my god! Look at this.
Wow,
Yo,
that's stretched out Yoda. Instead of short, he's really tall and skinny,
yeah, tall and skinny Yoda. Oh,
wearing white. I've never seen Yoda wearing white. Okay, sure.
oh wow.
That's amazing.
So I love you got characters like
Why did why does that Darth Vader on the right hand side almost look like a Batman?
it does kind of, doesn't it?
Yeah, like
But
if you put a Batman logo on that chest, you could pass that off.
this one looks like a knight with a nightstick. It's like not even a
Wow,
character from Star Wars. It's a knight with a nightstick. Like what the hell?
Yoda looks like a gynecologist. That's hilarious.
Galaxy
Mark
Empire.
Hamill has 6 cat. Yeah, Mark Hamill can go fuck himself too. By the way, that leftist piece of shit.
Oh
Ep,
God! And
ep,
now
episode P2.
I love how now finding out how Padme is actually a groomer because she started like she didn't start having feelings for him as a child, but she knew him as a like what
Hey,
a
hey,
8-year-old,
if
and then
Natalie Portman wanted to groom me back in that stage, groom me, baby. I am here. I'm down.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
yeah,
complain.
I'd take her in a second.
oh definitely I would take her for
I would
sure.
join the dark side for Natalie Portman. I'm telling you right now.
Space
Space Wars.
oh my god, looks at
That is
R2D2.
hilarious.
He's like fat R2D2 with yellow eyes. Oh my
Like
god.
if R2D2 ever joined the gay parade, that's what he'd wear.
It's like they merged. This is the Return of the Jedi figure in a
That's like a
plastic
mix of
bag.
Swamp Thing and Chewbacca. That looks horrible.
It's like Chewbacca with the head of Darth Vader.
That is hilarious. They're like, well, if we paint him brown, we'll get sued. So jet black it is. Paint him the color of 10W30. Paint him like Motorola.
Oh god, and let's bootleg the god, what was it called?
Boba Fett,
The Mandalorian.
Yeah, the
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian. Yeah. Because you got Baby Yoda down there.
Yeah, Mandalorian sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mandalorian the first season was
It
great.
started out fine, but once they fired Gina Carano, it went downhill.
That was
and
awesome.
it died after they once they brought on Jack Black and Lizzo in that episode. That's when I was absolutely finished with that god awful thing.
I've
I
never
think
seen it.
I think
Don't
this
waste
is
your
still,
time.
I think this is still my favorite Darth Vader on a police bike.
I don't know, that Darth Vader with the bright yellow nunchucks is really. I'm gonna have to go dig into that dude. That guy, either that or the Star Wars Yoda, like that one also as well. That one, those two were worth hunting down. You know what I mean?
I'm just wondering why. Why this? I mean, I can.
Money, because these people. Well, I guarantee you, all of those come out of other countries where they don't. If they get sued by Disney, they're in another country. No, they're not going to go after them. And these people aren't going to make enough money for Disney or at that point George Lucas to even worry about. So they just make this crap. They'll make a couple $1,000s, whatever, and then it gets. You find it at flea markets and the dark side of eBay. That's where that stuff lives.
The thing is, I'm like, he's not even really sitting in the seat. He's hovering above the motorcycle seat. Like,
Well, yeah, because that just shows the quality of the product that's made. Of when you buy it, it's like, okay, if you buy a Batman that comes with a Batmobile, you expect Batman to be able to sit down in said Batmobile. But I
yeah,
can't tell you how many times, if like, especially back in the day, like if the Batman came with like a hard rubber plastic cape, he would like hover above the seat, kind of like that. You couldn't even get him in it all the way. So many times it's happened.
dude, that is awesome. I mean, it's like it's like, hey, we got these two things. We got enough of Darth Vader, but we got these police motorcycles. Like, can we
And
somehow
and
merge these two and get away
and
from it?
what do we do with this Buzz Lightyear guy? And throw him in there. They're all space things. It's fine. Nobody
And
will ask
no,
questions.
and it's all Disney too now. So it's
Well, that's
like,
what I'm saying. Instead of saying, they should have said like Disney Pack, and they could have got away with it or something. But
that is just hilarious. I'm so happy that I came across this site.
that's hilarious. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, dude. Like I said, I mean, y'all know this. I collect certain like I said, basically my collection is like my favorite versions of certain characters. I just don't collect everything. I have a very exclusive collection of what I buy, but I know my shit. Kind of like you with your video games, whatever.
And I think that's my favorite version of Yoda. Like, he has the black eyebrows and a goatee, pretty much. And
So
like, he
yeah,
has
that
He's an
Yoda with
Asian.
I'm gonna call him Jackie Chan Yoda because he's got that little beard going. That's kind of what I'm gonna go with.
it's
So,
like he has a human face with just long ears. That's what it is.
karate,
It's
I will
like
do.
I'm afraid if I put this
The
website right there,
Schwartz.
Lay down.
I'm afraid if I put this website right here, it says glorbcom.com.
Yeah, I wouldn't click on that, but
No, definitely not.
it's your search. It's your search history that's at risk here, not mine. So
See, people probably won't believe this, but I actually never looked. All right, I don't go to porn sites on this laptop for a couple reasons. One of them is that when I'm doing shows like this, I don't want to put something in and it's like, oh, Casey goes to this porn site or
To
no,
just
X
but
random.
what you
videos or
don't tell
fucking
people
triple X.
is you have another laptop with a big red X painted on top of it in spray paint that's exclusively for porn. That's what you have.
No, that's what I use my cell phone for.
Well,
God,
that's true.
I bet your cell phone's got syphilis and 5 kinds of herpes right
Oh, probably. I mean,
now.
I'll tell the truth. I do look at porn on my on my phone, but
I
Code
bet
that
you go to
shit.
like the jiggleroom.com for fatties or something. It's probably what you frequent or something. Nonsense
He goes
like
on
that.
beefybiscuits.xx.com probably.
Casey goes to meatmarket.com where they weigh the girls by the ton. Is where he likes to go.
They gotta be at
Well,
least 2 tons.
you figure a company want to be called X, like you put X.com, you think the first thing you would probably think is probably a porn site. And I'll
Porn
bet
site, right?
money
Yeah.
it probably originally probably was a porn site,
Well,
until
it's only a
X.
matter of time before Elon buys everything that has an X in it. So, he'll own it soon enough. So,
I
just give
still
it
think
time.
I still think X is just a placeholder name for something later because
Well, how do you figure? I mean, he's got, okay, well, do you think he's got SpaceX as well? I mean, do you think the same thing about that?
well,
Didn't he name his kid X something? Like,
I
I
don't
think
know
that's
about that. I
Elon's
don't
got
know.
some kind of thing with X that he likes. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's a placeholder. I think he thinks it sounds like futuristic and cool and whatever. I don't know. He's
I
autistic. He's doing his thing. I don't know.
I definitely think at least Twitter needed to change the name, but X, I don't know.
Does the name really matter? Like, it's X. It's fine. It's whatever. I call it X now because that's the proper name that it should be. And he's Elon's one of the good guys. It seems to be. I mean, time will tell. But you know, I have my concerns about some of the things that he does. But
I definitely want.
I would rather have him on our side than on the other team. I'll say that. So
I agree. I agree with that. But I wouldn't want to be in the spaceships right now. I mean, was that SpaceX, was that unmanned rocket? I
which
hope
one?
it. Well, they had a rocket went up recently and it exploded in the atmosphere.
Well, let's be real here. That's a trial and error thing. Like, you know, I would venture to say more rockets fail than succeed. I mean, there's a reason why we don't do much space travel. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
NASA had a bunch of failures, but
well, that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying. It's Elon is like I said. It concerns me with him wanting to brain chip everybody, yada yada, do all the things that he does. That does work. But as far as space travel goes, he's the guy I want on the job. He's that smart autistic dude that brain is operating on another level. And dude has like 25 kids, different. Hey, just look at some of the women that this dude's having kids with. This dude's nailing life. Like, my God, he's getting some hot.
oh, yeah.
But
As long as he doesn't bring back dinosaurs like Jurassic Park, we're cool.
I
Well,
would
no,
hope
he
that we
thought about
learned
it
something.
before.
I would hope that we learned something from those movies, and don't
Exactly.
play God.
Don't mess
But
with. Don't play. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
And if
Honestly,
so,
but
have Casey
hey,
McKell on the ride, and let that
the
happen.
way that I mean, we've been cloning sheep and all of we're not far from Jurassic Park. We just haven't got to that
No,
level.
please, God,
I'm more
no.
worried about the machines killing us than I am dinosaurs.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Think about it this way: all this AI. Do we not remember T2? Like, come on, let's be
fixing to
honest
say,
here.
I, I don't think we're far from Skynet being like, all right, we don't need these people anymore. I'm
well,
more worried about that than dinosaurs.
I brought this up before, but there's a company called Cyberdyne. There's an actual.
Well, we need to find Sarah Connor and send her there immediately. Is what we need to do. So
But I'm like, I mean, I think it's kind of stupid. Like, in that, I kind of, I like Jurassic Park 1 and 2, and I think a couple of the
Well,
new
yeah,
ones
same
are.
here. No,
I
Couple of
like the
3
I like
and
the
then the
first
world
one.
one
I don't
sucked.
care. I like the or I love the first Jurassic Park movie. The rest of them, I don't care about. Uh,
Lost
Jurassic
World's
Park
good.
should have Jurassic Park should have never been a franchise. They should have ended it at one. But that's just my opinion. Whatever.
I mean, Lost World was good. I mean, let's be honest here. They had the pretty cool one, like the Buck T Rex ends up in San Diego and terrorizing everything. That was pretty cool.
See,
Eh,
if you
I like the
if you
first one. I don't care about
if you really think about it, like they deserve it to have a bunch of dinosaurs running all over the place. I mean, when they had the second one with Lost Worlds, like when they brought them over to the mainland, uh, and then they got out, you figure, hey, that should be it. They should have been smart enough after
Well,
that happened that should never.
I'll say
Uh,
this: there's the new one is there's a new Jurassic World coming out this year in July. So we'll get to
Yeah,
see it happen
Jurassic Park
again.
Reborn or Rebirth.
I just saw the I went to the movies this afternoon with the family. And we saw In the Lost Lands, which is a pretty good movie. If y'all haven't seen it, y'all should go check that out.
I
But
haven't seen a movie in a
I didn't
while.
And I didn't think Jurassic Park 3 was bad. I mean, it wasn't great as to me as it wasn't as great as the first two,
well,
but
if you want to talk, if you want to talk dinosaurs, hit up Brooding Gamer. That as much as I'm into Terrifier and Halloween, that
yeah.
dude's Jurassic Park. He has dinosaurs all over his house. Like it is everywhere. Like he can talk circles around anybody that I've ever seen when it comes to
Oh, there's a
Jurassic
YouTube
Park.
channel I watch that it's nothing. It's like dedicated to Jurassic Park, and that's it.
Well, this is the way Brooding Gamer is. That dude, like, I said, he's all. I mean, he's the dinosaur man, is what we call him. But yeah, he's all about it. So
No,
100%.
I'm getting a little sleepy, so I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
my
ahead.
dog needs out.
And you know what? I think I need to lock Dukas, so I appreciate everyone coming by.
Gene
You
Hackman's
guys,
doggy says Tex has a Mila Jovovich fetish. Sir, you are right. I've had a Mila Jovovich fetish since I saw her get butt naked in Resident Evil 1, and I still have it to this day, and I regret nothing. So, yes, go
Is that the
see In
chick
a
from
Lost.
Dazed and Confused?
on is
I don't think she was in David Confused.
Yeah, yeah, she
She,
was the hippie chick.
are we
she,
She's in
she's a girl from Fifth Element that wearing that white outfit.
are we losing
yeah,
it
and
now?
she was in the fucking what movie was it? That horror one with the vampires. Fuck, trying to think.
No, that's Kate Beckinsale in Underworld. That's what you think.
No, not
Are we?
Underworld. I'm not thinking of Underworld. I'm not thinking of Underworld.
Are we? Are we?
Mila Jovovich played Project. She was Alice in the first 6 Resident Evil movies.
Oh shit! I didn't
Casey, pull
realize
her up because I'm
what.
pretty sure it's who I think. I'm thinking the same person. She
Um,
But
was
yeah,
in. She
if
was in
if
Days and
y'all
Confused. Yeah.
if y'all like the first Resident Evil movies, go see In a Lost Lands. It's based on the George R. R. Martin story, starring Batista and Mila Jovovich. It's like a mix of Mad Max, Resident Evil, and Sin City. Like it's visually stunning. Basically, like
Huh.
after World War III has happened, it's in the future, and it's got monsters, it's got werewolves, it's got demons in it. Batista plays like this cowboy kind of dude. Mila Jovovich, she plays like they call her the Grey Witch, and it's a fun movie to watch. It's a rated R, pretty good gore.
Goodness
Uh,
gracious!
it's worth going to see if y'all have time to go to the movies. I
I'm
love it. Hopefully
I'm,
we get to review it, but we'll see what happens.
goodness gracious!
What are you looking at?
Well, look at the screen. Oh, let me move
Mila,
this out. Yeah,
that's not
I
Mila
don't think
Jovovich.
that's her.
That's
no,
That's not her.
no,
Hmm.
no, that's somebody else, Casey.
but that's not her.
What the fuck are you looking at? Some
He's looking at some
OnlyFans chick?
blonde Mila Jovovich, Jovich.
Oh, oops!
Wow.
Oh,
Well, we
first
know what Casey's
fucking
going to be
Casey or
jerking it to
Mikkel.
tonight. This poor woman's gonna get
Oh,
defiled by Casey.
oh, my bad. I thought. Oops. Give me 2 seconds. Oops.
Even Gene Hackman's doggy is like, yeah, Casey's retarded.
Yep. You can. Oh, I mean, she's hot too.
Oh, Mila
I
Jovovich is
think.
gorgeous.
I
Yeah,
think
she
she's
was in
hot.
Days and
But
Confused. Yeah.
hold on.
It's been a while since I've seen Dazed and Confused. Maybe I just
This
forgot her.
this
Yeah,
chick
she
looks.
was in it. She was the hippie chick.
This chick looks harder than her. Actually, if you've. I
Well,
do.
now Casey can't use Yahoo anymore for his stream search tab. He's gonna have to go to DuckDuckGo or something.
Well, hold on. It's not. They're not showing any nudes because that's
Well,
why.
she has plenty of naked pictures out there.
Oh, what?
She's been naked a whole bunch of times. So,
Man, she's
and
not
if you,
bad looking. She's not a bad looking woman.
I think she's beautiful.
I think she looks good right in this one right there.
She was even on. She was even the foreign exchange. The first time I saw Mila Jovovich, she was the foreign exchange student on Married with Children on the episode where they took a foreign exchange student that Kelly Bundy kind of took under her wing, and the boys liked the foreign exchange student more than Kelly. So that's the first time I ever saw her. So
I'm like, oops.
yeah,
Like when I
yeah, Paul W.S. Anderson, the guy that directed the first 6 well, he didn't direct all of the movies. He directed the majority of them. He directed in the Lost Lands as well. Um, it's Constantine Films, the same production company that did those movies, did this one, which is why it looks and it plays so much like those. Even when you watch in the Lost Lands, there's so many scenes in this movie that will remind you of scenes from the previous Resident Evil movies. It's hilarious. So lots of callbacks. But
well, let's go ahead and kick out of here. Do you guys got anything you want to shout out?
not really. I
Not
watch
really.
Frank's channel on Tuesday. We'll be reviewing something. I have no idea what.
Yeah, go watch Frank's channel. Like, yeah, isn't it like Tuesday and Thursdays?
You know what day it is, you retard. You're there every time. Don't even act like you don't know shit, motherfucker. Yes, do that.
Well, I mean, I know there's a couple times I'll put my show on, and I don't mean to put it on during his, but yeah, I'm there usually the troll
Yeah,
Frank.
no, Casey shows up to talk shit and get his name said, but yeah,
And then
I,
I duck out. It's like, hey, mention me and my channel real quick, and I'm gone.
right. Well, Casey knows if he talks just enough crap that we will respond, then he can leave because his mission was done. I mean, I know what you do, Casey. You're not smart. Like I know exactly what you're pulling here. It's fine. You're not hurting anybody, so it's all good.
I was trying to do that with him. Well, I mean, I was talking shit to Frank the other day when he was doing the Gene Hackman tribute, and he was
Yeah,
real
I was
defensive.
working. I couldn't. I didn't get off in time to make that.
But I thought that was. I was trying to troll him. Like he wouldn't respond really. He said a couple things in the chat, but he wouldn't bring it up. But
Well, he probably didn't respond because he had Werewolf and some of his guys on there with him, and
yeah,
it was like that. But well, that whole stream was Werewolf's idea, like of doing that. He came to Frank and me in Germany to do it, but so that's why Werewolf does. Like, have you ever encountered him on here, Casey? American
I
Werewolf in New Jersey.
I I recently subbed to him, but I hadn't talked to the guy yet.
He's a cool dude. I like him a lot. Him and I've had a lot of conversation. He's a nice guy, but he don't really play the stupid fuck around jokes like we do with each other. So,
Well,
so
let's go ahead and kick out. We had MK3 Kratos here earlier and Dave Rose. So for Tex and
butterflies at Diddy's house.
AJ, let's go ahead and call it a night, and you guys have a good night. I believe at least on Tuesday
Yeah,
I'll be doing a reaction to NXT's Roadblock, but the Rose might be there. So
there you go.
you guys have a good day, and we're gonna get head out. Have a good night. See you guys. Now I gotta thank myself a few times, for all
Jesus
the
Christ! Here comes the jerk off session.
it's my like I had to thank myself several times. Hold on, where is it?
There you go.
He's such a fucking mark
Casey,
for himself.
I think I don't.
I'm
Oh,
I'm
hold
surprised
on.
Casey's not wearing T-shirts with his own face yet. Like he doesn't even wear wrestling because he just has Casey on his shirt everywhere yet.
I was thinking about doing have the
He
Casey
gets
is
shirts
Raw.
with like the word Casey just in different wrestling font. Like it's just everywhere he goes. Casey is Raw and all the like the ECW stuff. I
Yeah,
can see it.
I was thinking about getting Casey is Raw or even Saturday is Raw T-shirt, something like that to promote it. But I was thinking about it, but I think it's expensive. But I found my outro. I was looking in the wrong spot. So you guys have a good day. And
We're so happy you found it. How would we ever live?
You fucking mark.
see you guys.